sikelela thina lusapho lwayo morena boloka setšhaba sa Yesu o fedise dintwa le matshwenyego setšhaba sa Yesu setšhaba sa South Africa Eddie Blofan onze jemel Eddie diepte van ons ons gebeurtes voor die kranse antwoord sounds the call to come together and united we shall stand. Let us live and strive for freedom in South Africa, our land. Amandla. In any event, in any occasion, if you open the gathering by a word of prayer, then you can now play with the program, the items, where to feed them, whether this person is present or not. But as long as we have opened this, then it's fine. Comrades, we just want to acknowledge something here. Comrades, if you look behind me, these things are beautiful. Hands for that, please. Thanks for the PEC leadership for this type of background. These things are beautiful, I'm telling you. And every one of you want to be associated with that beauty. Thank you very much. The secretariat is not yet ready, I think, if you are not. But you know, Secretary, let's sing this slogan so that we will jump some of the items because so that then we'll come back. Let's sing this slogan to remind us why are we here. Sadtu yashumiriwa halala Sadtu yashumiriwa Sadtu yashumiriwa yashumiriwa yashumerewa ayijoinwi ngababva ayijoinwi ngambava yashumerewa yashumerewa vatoshuma vashuma vashuma vatoshuma vashuma vadova Amandla. No, I'm just reminding comrades that we are here because of Sadtu, and we need to work as comrades and as leaders. You your members have just elected you to come and work for them, not to work for yourselves. So those who are not here, they are doing this service to their members. We want to start, and I'm going to be advised by the Secretariat. But Comrade Secretary, item number 2 can be handled by yourself, notice convening the PGC. Comrade Secretary.
Amandla awethu Matimba Haina Manda Ahashu Krachte Onse. Yeah, comrades, without any waste of time, I think maybe the secretaries are still busy with issuing of this and that. And they will be sending the credentials. But in the interest of time, would like us to proceed and go to book 1. That's where the program is. On book 1, the dominating color there is green. And we check the notice convening the provincial conference. I know, comrades, we are saying in the interest of time, so we don't expect an order to say which meeting now adopts, well, even when the credentials are not there. We are satisfied where we are by the look of the eye that indeed branches are here, so that secretaries have not favored us with the who is here today. But the notice convening the provincial conference, it was first issued on the 17th of May 2024, addressed to all regional secretaries for the attention of the provincial chairperson, all PEC members, all branch chairpersons, and all branch delegates that were not known by then. And it said, dear comrades, notice convening the Provincial General Council, the above matter bears reference. This notice serves as an invitation to all provincial office bearers, regional chairpersons and secretaries, branch chairpersons, and 1 additional branch per 500 paid-up members or part thereof to attend the Provincial General Council, arranged as follows: 20th, 21 June 2024, venue to be confirmed. Once everything was confirmed, we issued that notice to all the structures, but unfortunately the book was long gone and we couldn't also attach it. But you all know the venue to be Bolivia Lodge, here 10 a.m. on the first day. And we also indicate on clause 3 that in terms of Sadtu Constitution as amended in 2019, PGC shall meet once during the 4-year term of office and shall be convened by the PEC and shall amongst others ratify decisions of the PEC and adopt policy matters of major importance in between the provincial conferences. The majority of branches present shall constitute a quorum. In the event that there is no quorum within 1 hour of the time fixed for the meeting shall stand adjourned to an agreed date, time, and place. A written notice of the adjourned meeting shall be given to all branches. A very important clause, clause number 5, union structures are urged to follow the Constitution in terms of nominating delegates to the PGC, and where such is not adhered to, such delegates may be granted an observer status or not be permitted to be within the vicinity of the venue where the PGC will take place, whichever is applicable in terms of union conventions and policies. And the due date for submission of names of delegate was given as the 7th of June. Further logistics shall be communicated to you as and when the need arises. Hoping you shall find all of the above in order, comradely yours, as signed. I need to emphasize clause 5, where it says branches in choosing delegate. The chairperson is already delegated by the Constitution, and each branch shall be entitled to an additional delegate. What that means is that a branch having more than 500 members shall be represented by the chairperson and 2 other delegates. If the membership is more than 500, then it means they will be entitled to, and if it's above 1,000, they're entitled to another delegate. If it's 1.5, another delegate. If it's 1.7, then it means there will be 4 extra delegates. That is what the Constitution. But a critical area of importance on the notice is to say when constituting delegates, the gender policy of the union must be adhered to. I think I'm clear. If your branch qualifies for 2, the chairperson is already the first person to come here, and you must select 1 extra delegate. If the chairperson is male, the extra delegate must be female. That is a union policy and convention. So for those branches that may be here, represented by 2 males, we agreed the other male will be made to go home, not eat anything here, not drink any of our tea, not get a package. He must just be sent home packing. That's what we agreed. So we don't think when we are going to submit the credentials, we'll have such a situation. Only the chairperson will remain, and the other one must just leave, no bag, nothing. Taxi, go home. That's what we are saying. So the notice is served, chairperson, interim chairperson.
Thanks, Secretary. Can I get somebody who is confirming what the Secretary has just alluded to? That is Vuwani branch. Yeah, I noted Vuwani, and I've noted Muhodumo branch. In that order. Vuwani is there. Muhodumo is that side.
Thank you, Chair. Secretary from Bembe region, as presented by the Secretary. Thank you, Chair.
Is confirming, and I think you will be singing the same tune, Muhodumo? Yes, the same tune. Okay, thank you very much. The music is fine. We are fine, Secretary, and we'll go straight to, we want to adopt the program. And thanks very much, Secretary, because you have now put a disclaimer. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Thank you for a disclaimer that you started to say. We, otherwise we may be called in order. No, we are fine. Comrades, let's pitch up the slogan in recognition of what the Secretary has just presented. Now, this time around, is Capricorn, you are pitching. Amandla. Comrades, we are all aware why we got 40% in ANC elections in national level, right? Yes. It's not because of the MK. It's because of some of us who didn't go for what? For election. So, the absence of delegates in this PGC is delaying us. Right? Otherwise, we'll think the other way around. But it's fine, comrades. But we are doing fine because we want to finish this PGC today. That's our target. Hey, our target is that we must finish everything today. So that by tomorrow, maybe we'll go for commissions. Then we are done. Yes, because if comrades, we are not going to do things on time, we'll cry foul tomorrow. Others will like to go to funerals and the like. And it's because of us who are not on time. Now, let me go back because I saw something. Can we find out if Waterberg is here? Again. Waterberg, are you here? One person is raising his hand to say he's here. I'm seeing the chairperson. No, yeah, there, somewhere there. And Western? Western is here. Waterberg is here. Yeah. And Capricorn is here. I'm going back now. Skukune, are you here? Oh yeah, now you are here. Now you are here. Again, back. Mopani, are you here? Yeah, now you are here. Obviously, Bembe is here. Otherwise, now let's give an opportunity to Mupani to pitch up a slogan. Amandla. Yeah. The life of PGC now is fine. You see, am I a program director? Yes. I'm not the chairperson, I'm the program director. Now, as a program director, comrades, this thing, yeah, PGC, this come first and that, because you are the one who is having the keys to do that. The program director now is going to be called into order. But please don't call me into order. Please. We want to move. So, comrades, we want to get sponsors to come and give us a message of support to address us. Right? Are you seconding me on that? Comrades, I need your seconder, please, on this one. You just raise your hand. If you are fine with that arrangement. Let me see hands of those who are saying that arrangement will be fine. None. Even. Oh, that's one, that's two. Oh, yes. Please, I need yes. At least from you, I know. Comrades, okay. Let me do it this way. From Western, are you some people that are agreeing with me? Western, fine. Waterberg, are you agreeing with that? Let's start with sponsors. Waterberg is not here. What's wrong with Waterberg? Please. Capricorn? Oh, okay. Okay. I'm sorry. Okay. Capricorn, are you fine with that arrangement? Capricorn, can I see? Okay. Mopani, are you fine with that arrangement? Thank you very much. Skukune, are you fine with that arrangement? Thank you very much. Vembe, are you fine with that arrangement? I'm home. Then we start. Red card, yes. It's an order. But we have got a shop steward voice, man. Yeah. You see, because we are a team here, I want to call my brother. Because we have agreed. My brother, please rescue me on that one. Why are we jumping all these things? Why are we coming to sponsors?
No, thanks, Program Director. Lindy Macheron. We are trying to respect time. The meeting to start must first adopt the credentials. And for us to start with the formal program, in line with the Constitution, we had to adhere to the prescripts to say the meeting must first form a quorum. And in the absence of the credentials from the regional secretaries, for us to consolidate as the front table, we are saying let's not hold the meeting at ransom and allow the sponsors to be dealing with other items which doesn't need the adoption of the program. I think the brief is quite briefing.
Comrade Vuana, are you fine? Thank you very much. Let me start with South African.
Amanda. Amanda. Viva Sadtu, viva. Viva Sadtu Limpopo, viva. Revolutionary greeting, comrades. Allow me to say, from the national deployee or to the national deployee, the PWC, PC members, members of Sadtu, or rather I say all protocol observe. Comrade, from South African, we are saying we are delighted to be part of this gathering today. But allow us also, comrade, to remind you about the relationship that Sadtu and South African has. As you can recall, that our relationship, comrade, is based on the objective 6.14 of Sadtu Constitution. Therefore, we must, from time to time, as African, attend such gatherings. And in that gatherings, comrade, we must also account on how far are we in realizing this objective, and also to see what the next step to pursue. From your current membership, comrade, of 272,000 nationally, in our books as African, we have got 124,000 members who have joined the scheme, meaning we have got a shortfall of 147,785. So we are saying, comrade, this PGC, comrade, can assist us in profiling members who are not members of South African. We have agreed that all members of Sadtu, by virtue of joining Sadtu, will become a member of South African. That's why, as and when a member of Sadtu passes on, comrade, as African, we are obliged to pay that benevolent amount. So we are also pleading to this PGC to assist us, comrade, and make sure that we find those people who are outside the kraal. We want everybody to be in the kraal, comrade. So also, the retirees, comrade, we've got a challenge, comrade, Program Director. We've got a problem with those who are going for retirement. This PGC today, comrade, we are saying, as African, can you please also profile us with those comrades who are leaving the system due to retirement? Make sure that we know them. If possible, you can also arrange them meetings where we can go and address, because some of them are leaving the system without knowing that there are benefits in Sadtu as and when they leave the system. After they've left the system, that's where we have realized when they passed on. When they come to our office and trying to claim that 10,000 and they believe in amount, then we are failing to pay that amount because they have never applied for a paid-up certificate. So we are appealing to this PGC today, comrade, that please profile us with this information. We are ready as African to send our advisors to go and address even the retirees out there, comrade. They are still our members. Let's take care of them. South African is still going to take care of them, comrade. I'm not going to waste time, comrade, chairperson of the session. But you know that in each and every meeting that you as a province, regions, branches, wherever you held your meeting, you also call us. So that's why I'm saying I'm not going to waste much of your time here. But what I'm appealing to this PGC today is to profile us with those comrades who have left the system due to retirement, so that we can send our advisors and make sure that they go and revive their policies, because most of them, their policies are no longer active. Amanda.
Aroriwa wafunzi. Awoko funzi wabozwi pfamsi. Thank you very much. The second sponsor is Ausopon. Are we now live?
Yes, we are live.
Are we now live?
Yes, we are live.
So we are live, comrades, on Sadtu TV. You are live on Sadtu TV, comrades. Tell them at home they must switch on Sadtu TV. They will see you live on the Sadtu TV.
Amandla. Ayirole Sadtu ayirole. Ayirole Limpopo ayirole. Thank you very much, Program Director. We as Asopol, we are saying we are here with you throughout the conference. We are outside to service you, and we are part of Sadtu. We feel home when we are at Sadtu. We don't have to go and deliberate on our products. Please do come outside and check your policies. Thank you very much.
I'm calling now NHB if they are here. NHB if they are here. Are they outside? No, it's fine. No, not Metropolitan. I know when. Do we have Old Mutual here? Do we have Old Mutual? You are given your opportunity to come and address us. Comrades, when you address, don't give us a long speech, just short. Except for
Amandla. Viva Sadtu, viva. Viva Sadtu PGC Limpopo, viva. Aluta. Good morning, my comrades. It is such an honor as Old Mutual to be part of you. I'm with my colleague here who has to do with our wellness, not that of finances, but of physicality. I am Malosema Apola. I am with Boot to Success from Right to Health. As Old Mutual, we are here to make sure that we service you to ensure that you are aware of the benefits that you already have and might not be aware of, such as your cashbacks, such as your rewards, because whenever you make that payment, there is some percentage that you get back, but you need to register for it so that you can cash it out. Not just that, you do have the beneficiaries in your names, which we often forget to update. So we are here to ensure that we service you with such.
Amandla. As introduced, my name is Success Machimana from Right to Health, Wellness and Testing. It's such an honor for me to be standing here because I'm a product of teachers. Both my parents are teachers. Unfortunately, one deceased, but one is still serving the organization very well. I even happened to bump to one of the teachers that taught me 15 years ago. But even today, teaching goes beyond the classroom. He still acts as a mentor in my life. He still pushes me. But why are we here today? With Old Mutual, we are coming to say we're going to give you a free wellness, which is preventative care. Preventative care helps you detect problems earlier than you thought. We concentrate mostly on the silent killers. The silent killers being your hypertension, diabetes, BMI or obesity, on all medical advices, and also the cholesterol. We will be outside with Old Mutual because we believe, and we strongly believe, that healthy living for all will assist in the future of our kids. Thank you very much. We are outside. Please come at the Old Mutual table. We will gladly assist you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for everything. I had cashback. This other thing, I didn't hear anything. The cashback. We want the cashback. No, thank you very much. The line has not yet finished. I'm still having Sanlam. Is Sanlam around here? And if they are not in, comrades, we are not going to come back again to these sponsors. Do we have Afa here? Afa? Comrades, Afa is your friend, you know him. You know, Afa is your friend, comrades. Now, in the absence of Afa, I did that deliberately to call upon Metropolitan as the last sponsor to come and address us. Have I left somebody? You are together? Metropolitan? Oh, okay. So I know you then.
Mandla, Mandla, viva Sadtu, viva, viva Sadtu, viva. I rule Limpopo, I rule, Limpopo, I rule. Mandla, Mandla. Thank you very much, Program Director. Let me take this opportunity to greet the leadership, the deployee from the national office that are present here today, the provincial chairperson of Sadtu here in Limpopo, members of the PEC of Sadtu here in Limpopo, regional representatives, branch representatives present here today, representatives from various institutions, fellow sponsors present here today, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Koketso Ntwani. I work as a market development manager for Metropolitan, responsible for this Sadtu relationship. I didn't come alone today, colleagues. I came with my colleagues. I've got Sesina Remutau, who works as a branch manager for Mushate branch. I'm just going to ask her to stand up and greet the house. Manda. We also have Tintila Tahomu, who works as a branch manager for Lewahomu branch. I'm just going to ask him also to stand up and greet the house. We did not come alone. We also have Comrade Israel Khanyan, who works as our Koloti branch manager, but is outside with our advisors. You can be able to engage with them during your breaks and so on, so that you can have a look at your policies and so forth. On behalf of Metropolitan Life, we greet you all. Mine is to deliver a short message of support from the executive leadership and provincial management team of Metropolitan Limpopo for this PGC. As Metropolitan, we pledge our support and allegiance to Sadtu for the wonderful work that you do of ensuring that the rights of educators are protected so that they can focus on what is important, which is teaching. Our relationship with Sadtu is of utmost importance to us as Metropolitan, and some may ask why. What is the nature of this relationship? It is a commercial partnership that is mutually beneficial to both organizations. However, there's a broader, more strategic intent on our part as Metropolitan around this relationship. You will know that almost 90% of our business comes from the public sector, but educators more particular. The wellness and well-being of the labor force in the public sector is intrinsically linked to our sustainability as a business. This year, Metropolitan is celebrating 126 years of its existence, but we are able to leave this milestone, comrades, because of the support we continue to enjoy from yourselves as our clients. Please give yourself a round of applause for that. From a financial wellness point of view, and through our Blueprint Financial Wellness Program, there are 5 issues that Metropolitan seeks to address. Number one, issues related to over-indebtedness of the working class. It is said that debt-to-income ratio in South Africa is standing at about 78%, meaning that for every 100 rands earned, 78 rands goes towards the servicing of debt. Number two, the working class employees retiring in poverty. We have heard stories of educators who take early retirement, who cash in their pension, start businesses that they were not well equipped or well vested to run, only to finish their hard-earned money and now have to come back and knock at the door of SADTU and ask for the organization to arrange contract job for them with the department. There's a lack of access to financial services, poor savings culture that results in lack of readiness to deal with unforeseen life events. The rising cost of living as a result of food inflation, escalation, fuel prices, public sector wages and salaries not keeping up to this acceleration. I think you've heard many of these stories before. You can agree that from the above 5 issues that we highlighted, that South Africans are indeed struggling to make ends meet. These challenges have a direct impact on your members and the ability to focus on their core responsibility, which is teaching. For the benefit of your members, our economy and our country, these are issues that we seek to solve in terms of our partnership and relationship with SADTU. Comrades, we can agree that this can only be achieved through a strong partnership and clear purposeful leadership. It is for that reason that we as Metropolitan are forever available whenever SADTU knocks at our door for organizational assistance. For example, for this PGC, we have contributed an amount close to 375,000 rands. We encourage you to continue to knock. Thank you. We encourage you to continue to knock at our door, to engage with our local leaders for opportunities to partner with SADTU locally. I've introduced my colleagues from the branches. There is regions in all the districts, of Limpopo where you can be able to engage, with our colleagues. We look forward to continue working with yourselves and leadership, especially on various activities towards the empowering of your members to meet their financial life goals. The principal seminars, retirement seminars, shop stewards training, recruitment drives, information sharing seminars on the soon-to-be promulgated 2-port retirement systems are but some of the examples of where we can partner with you. Earlier on, we're speaking about sporting activities that you engage on with SADTU. Please do engage with us. Let us see how we can then be able to assist you in making those activities, a success. But with these few words, I would like to wish you well for the remainder of the PGC, wish you for the smooth running of the program and discussions, and as our motto says, together we can. Indeed, Metropolitan will stand hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder with SADTU in Limpopo to reach even greater heights and to grow this relationship of ours. Thank you very much, comrades, for the opportunity, and may you have a wonderful PGC. Amandla! Amandla! Viva SADTU, viva! Viva SADTU, viva! Ayole SADTU, ayole! Viva Metropolitan, viva! Viva Metropolitan, viva! Thank you very much.
Hey, no, I pick up only 2 words. Struggling. Teachers are struggling. Malibongwe. Igama lamakosikazi. Malibongwe. Igama lamakosikazi. Malibongwe. Igama lamakosikazi. Malibongwe. Igama lamakosikazi. Vasade. 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 Vasadi bombe. Diamata vasadi bombe. Diamata vasadi bombe. Diamata vasadi. And if you don't stand on this one, Basade, 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 Basadi Bombe, Diambata Basadi Bombe, Diambata Basadi Bombe, Diambata Basadi Bombe, Diamba, Basade, 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 Basadi Bombe, Diambata Basadi Bombe, Diambata Basadi Bombe, Diambata Basadi Bombe, Basade, 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 Basadi Bombe. Basade, Basade, Basadi, Basade, Basadi Bombe, Diambata Basadi Bombe, Diambate Basadi Bombe, Diambata Basadi Bombe, Diambata Basadi Bombe, listen to me. Basadi Bombe, Diambata Basadi Bombe, Diambata Basadi Bombe, Diambata Basadi Bombe. Amanda, 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 Amanda. Viva Sadtu, viva! Viva Chairperson, viva! Amandla! Watintaba faze! Watintaba faze! Wena! Thank you very much. Thank you very much for those who have joined me in welcoming our chairperson. That was done deliberately to welcome her on stage. And thank you very much. Can we clap hands for her, please? You see, I've got ears and eyes somewhere. So you can't run away from me. Hey, now I think we are fine. Secretary, I think now we are fine. We are done with sponsors. And I'm still going to talk to sponsors at a later stage. I've got something that I need to talk about sponsors. Unfortunately, some of the words were taken by the main sponsor. The amount, because I wanted to brag on the amount. Unfortunately, but I've got something that I want to say about the sponsors during the right time. But now is the time that we are saying we want to do things on time. And we want to finish this PGC today. And it will all depend on you, comrades. Are we fine? The Provincial Secretary of Limpopo, Sadtu. Hey, Limpopo is a province, man. And Limpopo is South Africa. Right? Yes, Limpopo is a province and Limpopo is South Africa. Do you understand why I'm saying that? Why? 70 what? 73 on ANC election. No one is just close to that. No one. We are the best. Viva ANC, viva. Viva Sadtu, viva. We are the only organization that went all out during the campaigns. We are the only organization that has produced a ruler to canvass. We are the only organization, the only union that has branded its cars. I wish ANC was here. No, comrades. It's too soon for that. Thank you very much, comrades, Secretary. Can we then go to the credentials, if you are ready? Secretary, 2 seconds. Akele mosebetse kinana kawena pelo ya kaya tuma we.
Amandla, awethu. Yeah, we are bogged down by something that we never thought will bog us down. Credentials. But why it's so? It's because amongst us, for the lack of a better word, we still have got constitutional delinquents amongst us, for the lack of a better word. Why I'm saying constitutional delinquents, you tell them what is the way to go, they do it upside down. So we still just tallying the numbers in terms, when you go to your book 1 on the credentials list, we have the first region being Capricorn, the host region, and in terms of the numbers in Capricorn, total expected it's 46. We're still going to give the breakdown in terms of the gender in Capricorn, but we expected 46. And in Mopani, we are expecting, I think it's with how many branches? When we count the TVET, yeah, so total expected is 45 in this meeting. Then we have Sikukune. As my brother is busy there, just to tally the numbers so that we can then engage that if there was 45, how many are here, and the breakdown in terms of gender. We have Sikukune. Total expected is 52. As at the last count, we had 40 in Sikukune who are present. And in terms of the breakdown, it was 21, 19, but we had about 2 branches that had not yet registered. If not one, there was Polokwane, empty, not registered. I saw the chairperson coming. I don't know whether she was coming alone. I saw also the Fakane chairperson coming in. But we can't count until they append their signatures and sign, so that we also see whether there are no constitutional violations as well there. We had about 2 branches, again, that have not yet signed. Lesiba Kupa, that brought an all-male entourage. They qualified for 2, and they brought an all-male entourage. We had also Brown Matlala, unless they've rectified, we'll be told. They qualified for 2, and it was an all-male entourage as well. Those were the branches that we were able to realize. I think there was Nico Matlawa, only 1 person has signed. But on the other side, we see the name of Carol. I don't know whether they rectified. We'll see when we come to the breakdown in that particular branch. But all in all, they qualified for 52. Then we had Vembe, Shangu Lamtakas. Lamtakalo, ne? Yeah, Lamtakalo. Tabaka roga batho. I don't want to say what I tried to say yeah, but I said something, They qualify for 47 delegates to be here. The breakdown will tell us how many are here. And then we also have Waterberg region. They qualify for 12 delegates to be present here. The breakdown will tell us there. Also, we are expecting a Western region to bring a delegation of 22 in this conference. And over and above these delegates, then we have the PWC. Total expected is 8, and present are here. The breakdown is 4 males, 1 female. The reason you may know, although we have not yet been served with the correct documents. Perhaps they will be served soon, today or next week, we don't know. But we are not in full complement. There's 1 lady missing or 1 female missing amongst us. And the reason you'll come to know, if you did not know, that for the very first time in many years, we succeeded to do the unthinkable in the province. And when we thought we have done the unthinkable also happened. So it's a revolving door. When you come in, it just revolves. But it's fine, you'll get it correctly. So I'm not sure whether you're done with the breakdown. We'll update these credentials as and when others are signing. Because the total expected in this conference is 232 delegates. 232 delegates. We have grown in terms of the TVET branches. From where we were now, we are, is it around 80 branches? And the TVET branches are in full attendance, I'm told. They are also here. Yeah. Then the guests will also be announced in terms of the guest list or who came and who did not come. But the guests do not necessarily impact on the quorum of this meeting. They come, we appreciate them. They may not come, we also appreciate it. If they don't come, we are saving on food and other things. No, that's on a lighter note. I'm just trying to buy time because we did not anticipate that. The way we tried to deal with this situation, I'm told that one secretary, regional secretary, is currently attending. Is he back? Is currently attending a practical labor management course. I don't know who else. So the chairperson of that thing, of that region, ke bone paki swere ke ntwenye ke moya ya fase le tletlolo. A leka go ba chairperson and secretary. Bjalo apere pajasi ya rena ke etelele ke bona tša maha ka ditafola. Angere bjalo a o tlwaela mmereko wa secretary. But we appreciate your efforts. Let's get the breakdown. We expect 232, and the numbers must tell us how many are here. It must also give us the gender breakdown, and then you'll accept on that. Those who just arrived, we will update, and then we will later on come and announce. On your vacations, some of you, you were held up by various reasons. This is Limpopo. This is June and July. So you could be held up elsewhere. Are you winning? Okay. Yeah, and we are very clear, Angry comrades. Where the branch has violated the constitution, only the chairperson shall remain here. The other delegate, the take city mola hausu. The ola tlhaka Polokwane mo ba reng ke ntshwenye. Ke Pick and Pay. O tla hwetša tša go a Venda, tša go a Gapane, tša go a Sekhukhune, tša go a Bekkersford, including tša go ya Modimolle le Mokopane. Yeah, comrades, like we indicated the other time, Sekhukhune, out of, why it's 50 here? But in terms of this thing, it says 52. Yeah, okay, out of 52, 40 were present, and this was their breakdown: 21 males, 19 females, Sekhukhune. Gora ba sa shota ka 12, mara 12 ya ka se be 12 ka ba ba nre ba pakela ba ga Israel. And then, yeah, so it's 40. Waterberg, did we expect 10 in Waterberg? 12. And present, it's 6. I guess Waterberg, you did not count your PC members or what? Because the first 2 should be your PC members. But according to this information we have sent here, 3 males, 3 females. I'm not sure whether some of your branches are still coming. Yeah, but where are your PC members? Or your chairperson and secretary? So it means it's 8. Our PC roll call. Oh, okay. Okay, no, it's fine. Oh, okay. No, it's fine. It's fine. I see now. Okay, and then, yeah, but for the sake of counting, for the sake of counting, the roll call, I understand you may say something about the roll. When we say Vembe 47, we count even the PC members there. It's not 49, am I correct? Yeah. So that's why I said the numbers now are going to be distorted again. Skukun, I think out of the 40, they count also the PC members. Because that roll call is for different purpose, for introductions. So I'm writing 12 expected, and then 8 present. So we are short 4. Okay, yeah, 8 present. Western, 22 expected, 15 present, 7 males, 8 females. But let's adjust it. Then we are going to say 9 males when I count the PC members. It's 9 males, 8 females. I think you are running short of a few. You are now 17. You are running short of 5 to become full complement. So it's not yet complete, okay. Yeah, let me go to Vembe. Expected 47, present 47, 26 males, 21 females. Let's clap hands for Vembe. Capricorn, expected 44, 39 present. I get to the PC members. Let me check Capricorn, because if you have not put them, it was supposed to be 46. So I'm adjusting it against, now it's 24 males present, 41 are present, and then is 24 males, 17 females. Mopani, we expected 45 Mopani. You say, they wrote expected 43 and 43 are present, but the correct picture is 45 and 45 are present. Can we clap hands for them? A number of males, because we add 2, is 26. Number of females is 19. So it means out of the number that you gave us, when we add 2, Nopal, when we add the 2 that they left out, it means instead of 190 present, okay, Skukune, yeah, instead of 190 present, it has to be, I'm adding the PC members. I don't know, Capricorn, the secretary is not here, ne? Not yet. Not yet, ne? Yeah. Or he signed but went out. Yeah, so we are having 202 delegates present out of 232. We are still left with 30 to make 232. So the credentials chairperson is that 202 members are present, and in terms of males, females, ke etale 12 here, so that my mathematics is correct. It's 105 plus 87. Yeah, so there are 105 males currently and 87 females present. So chairperson, the credentials, 202 present, 105 males, 87 female comrades present. So we present, Chair.
Thank you very much, Comrade Secretary. He referred me as Chair. Can you talk to the credentials, comrades? Oh, just hold it there. Just hold it there. I'm coming.
Yeah, I nearly did a mistake and misled the meeting. I said it's 202, and then plus the 7 PWC members. Then it takes the number to 209 present currently, Chair.
Thank you. Yes. Okay. Chair Weston. Thank you. We are going to work on Vuan. Thank you very much. We are all agreeing that we are correcting. All right. Secretary?
Yeah, maybe, because we can't be bogged down by it. It might be a missing mathematics because I was putting the PC members as well. And I put them at 12. So if you add 105 and 87, then it will give you 204. Am I correct? Huh? Okay. Okay. I'm adding 105 plus 87 plus 12. Yeah. We shouldn't be bogged down. We can't revisit the matter, Comrade Papaki. Because we said PC members signed there, but they are coming constituting a regional delegate. So I added 12 PC members from the regions. And then it gives me 204, isn't it? Then I'm adding 7 PWC members. It gives me 211 instead of 209 that I spoke about. Yeah, so, yeah, those are the numbers. And we are saying this PGC does correct and can discharge its function without bothering about other issues.
As presented by the Secretary, I think we are agreeing. We are adopting the credentials, comrade.
Not to look at that first day, second day, because it is impacted by those shifts. But the program for this General Council is as presented, Comrade Chair of the session. Maybe I should qualify it. Chair of the session. Yeah, it ends tomorrow. Kaboma 2 over 3. Then we break for home. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Can I see branches that wants to speak to? Chitale branch. And right to speak is from Vuan before Chitale. Okay. Let's start with Vuan, then come to Chitale. Oh, okay. No, let's start with Chitale. Hey, you don't have that shop steward voice, ne? You are going to be mic'd.
Thank you, Chairperson of the session. As Chitale, we are adopting the program as presented by the Provincial Secretary. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Vuani. Thank you. That flexibility also is been taken care of. So we have the program. Now we are calling the Provincial Deputy Secretary, the conference subcommittees. Comrade Never, I said we are no longer going to sing. You'll only sing when I said you are going to sing. Ne? I just want to move.
He knows I will sing, but I won't. Amanda, we are presenting the standing committees as reflecting on page 12. Yeah, we thus present, starting from the Management Council, distribution of conference material, accommodation, logistics, catering, security resolutions, management of sessions, credentials, entertainment, media, registration, and first aid. So we present.
Any seconder to that? This is, Peter Chabeling branch. And I've, Justice Buteles, you'll be the second one. Peter Chabeling? Seconded. Did I say Justice Buteles? Justice? We are fine with it, the subcommittees, and everybody is saying, yeah. Thank you. Conference rules and guidelines, Provincial Deputy Secretary.
Thanks, Program Director. MC. We are on page 10, presenting the Provincial General Council rules to the PGC. Starting from the meeting procedures, which says the chairperson shall be in charge of the council. All speakers shall address the chairperson. The chairperson shall allow debate and discussion at his or her own discretion. The council may move a motion of no confidence against the chairperson. And on procedure to speak, all delegates shall indicate in order to be noted to speak. The chairperson shall allow for an even distribution of speakers on any one topic. Points of order or clarification shall be indicated by showing the red card. The right to speak shall be indicated by showing the green card. Clarity seeking shall be requested by showing the yellow card. Additions and follow-ups shall be allowed at the discretion of the chairperson. No interjection, no interruption or other form of intimidation shall be permitted. And on motions, we are indicating that all motions shall be presented in writing and shall indicate the mover and the seconder. The mover of any motion shall be allowed to speak twice, once to propose the motion and again at the end of the debate. Other speakers shall be allowed only one opportunity to speak. Any amendments to a motion must be approved by the proposer and the seconder. So we present a Program Director.
As presented, can you talk to Zebidiel and Sishiu in that order?
Program Director, SPDL, we rise to persuade this PGC to adopt these general rules as they appear
I hope the PGC is persuaded. Seshego? Everybody is persuaded. Can I see those that are persuaded? Thank you very much. Hey, we are now on item number 6. Hey, this item, ne? Hey, it's a candle what? Candle lighting, not lightning. Hey, guess who batho ba Modimo? Now, can we just pitch a slogan so that we can allow that exercise to be done by hopefully, by the provincial gender provincial gender convener. The podium is yours.
Viva Sadtu, viva! Program Director, Chairperson of the session, the Provincial Deputy Chairperson, PEC members, branch delegates from the 6 regions of our union, our guests in anticipation, and sponsors, warm greetings. This is a moment of reflection, comrades. This is a standing ritual and culture of our union. This part of the program is called Candle Lighting Memorial. Yes, it has been a tongue twister for some time. But maybe before we delve on what we've been assigned to do here, I just want to mention this quickly. One delegate asked this question to say, but the seating arrangement on the front table, okay, it was just an informal conversation. The men are seated in front and the women are at the back. Comrades, let me just put it clearly. This is not the culture of our union that men are in front. And if we must say it just happened, should I say automatically, but that is not how our union, you know that our union prides itself in the equality of its members, as well in terms of gender. I just wanted to clarify that and taking advantage of the podium, Chair. Now, back to the task at hand. This memorial service serves as a tangible way to honor and remember our departed comrades and allowing those that are battling with several health challenges as well as human challenges, the comrades. We are very glad because Old Mutual announced that they have a service that they are offering in terms of our well-being. Comrades, we normally live very, very hectic lives, so much so that sometimes our health takes a back seat. We would like to caution members of the union of the non-communicable diseases. Normally, they are called lifestyle diseases. High blood pressure, cholesterol, diabetes, heart diseases, several cancers, respiratory diseases. Comrades, from time to time, let's take time from our hectic schedules and prioritize our well-being. Furthermore, on the human challenges, let's note that the gender-based violence remain a pandemic, remain a scourge in our country. There are many, particularly women and children, who have demised because of gender-based violence. It's one of the challenges that from time to time we need to be conscious in as far as trying to tackle. Now, I would like to emphasize the next aspect, that the month of June, in terms of our health calendar, is the Men's Health Month. Now, it has been discovered that generally, men do not prioritize their health. So the month of June is a Men's Health Month. We are passing a special message to our male comrades to say, especially during these holidays, please try and make a turn at the health centers in terms of health screenings. Furthermore, our country has registered a challenge in terms of TB, tuberculosis, comrades. You are encouraged also to, via the clinic, and you have the sputum as a specimen so that it's tested. Some of these diseases can be avoided, comrades. Now, this is the moment that we'll have to reflect on our friends who have passed on, our colleagues, our male comrades. Let us stand up, comrades. May I request that we all stand up? This is the moment of reflection. You'll also recall that in the few past weeks, our province was befallen by a tragedy where the union lost 9 lives in a tragic car accident on the road to Denron. Let us observe a moment of silence. Thank you, comrades. As you stand like that, may I request to be joined on the podium by representatives from our 6 regions. I'll request that normally we do this with female comrades. This time, I would like to request that we be joined by the male comrades to light the candles. The candles are on that other side of the room. May I request male comrades to come and light the candles. As they light the candles, I just want to mention that our candles are made up of white and red colors. The white color of our candles, please start with the white color. The white color represents a hope, comrades. Represents hope that as humanity faced with all the challenges and calamities, there is hope. I'll also request that they light the red candle as well. The red candles represent a life. The red candles represent a human life. As they do that, I would like to read this poem in the memory of the departed comrades, in the memory of our friends, families, etc. It reads as follows: candles in our presence, the hands which have held each of you, our children, which now hold each other. One by one, a light is born. One by one, the flames flicker, and the glow warms our heart, touches our souls as we remember the love and the warmth of our departed comrades. Thank you, comrades. You may put the candles down. We may all sit down. Comrades, the message from the provincial gender portfolio is, let us take care, comrades. Amandla! Thank you, Program Director.
Men, let us take care of ourselves. So says gender convener. No, thank you very much. Now we are on item number 11. No. We are on item number 7. I don't know where I got that 11 from. You see, when you get old, you read something that you are not reading. No, Jimmy knows. And Mulauzi knows. Yes. Yeah. They are my juniors. Yourself, Jim. Okay, thanks. I can't see the two secretariat. Inzima lendlela inambe phai iyahlavasi inzima lendlela. I want to take Sako, but after item number 7. Yeah. Sizozabala. Sizozabalaza. Inzima lendlela. Enambe phai. Iyahlavasi. Sizozabalaza. Sizozabalaza. Amandla. Now every song must have a meaning. I want to call upon Sadtu Sako. And the Sadtu Sako, they are going to make my report very easy today. If Sadtu Sako is around, please, can you come to the fore, please? Sadtu Sako, paving our way to have our own bank, so that we may come out of that struggling that was alluded to by the metropolitan rep. Sadtu Sako.
Viva Sadtu, viva. Viva Sadtu, viva. Amandla. Good morning to the Limpopo Sadtu leadership and all protocol observed. My name is Zasengweni Ngema. I'm the new MD for Sadtu Sako, and I'll just take you through a short presentation. I cannot see on my side, so I'm hoping it. Thank you. I didn't realize I was that short, even if trying to elevate my height with heels. Thank you so much. So I'll just take you through a short presentation of Sadtu Sako, who we are, and but I'm sure a lot of the members present here are familiar with the concept of Sadtu Sako. Sadtu Sako.
It's plugged.
It's not shown. We good? Okay. Sorry about that. Sadtu Sako came into existence as a Congress resolution where the members resolved that they would like to have their own cooperative bank, which will be able to assist them to grow their finances, and they can be able to participate economically in a organization that they've formed themselves, that they own and can be able to govern as well. SACCO is a member-owned cooperative banking institution, so it is 100% owned and controlled by its members, which would be the Sadtu members. And then the common bond is simply explaining who can be a member of Sadtu Sako or who can be an owner of Sadtu Sako. In this instance, it's the members of the union. It's Sadtu as an institution, the union. It's associate institutions of the union, for example, Abosai Hold, and then employees of the union and associate institutions. The SACCO will provide both savings and credit products for the benefit of the members. And this, in short, just explains that Sadtu Sako is regulated. It's operating in a regulated environment, so members can rest assured that their funds or their deposits are protected. We are registered with the South African Reserve Bank, and we are regulated by a wing called the Prudential Authority, and their mandate is to ensure that your deposits are protected, and the fact that the governance structures of the cooperative bank are ensuring that everything that is going on in the SACCO. Okay. And then we also, in terms of offering our credit products, we are also regulated by the NCR through the National Credit Act to ensure that if we are giving loan products to our members, we are doing so fairly, and we are following the guidelines provided by the National Credit Act. Okay, and then as a cooperative, because the SACCO is a cooperative, I'm not sure what's going on with the...
I've reconnected. It's not working. Maybe this one, I don't know, the signal. We're not getting signal to the bank.
Technology.
You have signal now, thanks.
You have signal now. Okay. All right. So how does a SACCO work? Members open a regular savings account, And savings are a source of funds which we use to make loans available to the members. And then we also invest those savings or those funds that the members put into the organization, and then so that it can earn interest. And then the surpluses that we get from the SACCO is returned to the members themselves in terms of improved services, higher interest on the member savings, low interest on the loans, and dividends on membership shares. So whatever income that the bank will generate will again be distributed among the members. And then in terms of the products that we have the regular savings account. And when you join and you take up this account, the minimum balance that you are to save is 100 Rand. So we are really urging the members to develop a culture of saving. We know that there's not a lot to go around, but from the little that we have, if we do get ourselves in a habit of saving, then we will be able to plan and budget and be able to use those savings to improve our lives. The minimum balance in order to receive interest on this account is 200 Rand. And then on a monthly basis, the member may make one withdrawal. Any withdrawals will be made by electronic funds. And then the board of directors then will make the decisions on the interest that is paid on these accounts. And then we have a second product, which is our Christmas savings, and it runs similar to the first product. The difference is the money in this account is non-withdrawable during the year and can only be transferred to your regular account for withdrawal at the end of the year, whether you withdraw it in November or December, and we also do allow in January for those that will be saving it for purposes of taking their kids to educational institutions. And these are the rates that are attracted by the accounts that I just described. The regular savings attracts a 5%, the Christmas savings attracts a 6%. And then we also have a loan product, which we call emergency loans. It runs from 500 Rand to 5,000 Rand, and this loan is repaid with a 4% interest rate, and it's repayable in 6 installments. And then there are rules and regulations around the loan, which the credit committee would amend from time to time, and you would be able to access this at very low rates. Currently, these are the board of directors that are running the governance structures of Sadtu SACCO. You may recognize some of the names. I'll just go through the EXCO. We have Mabuto Cele, who's the chairperson, Walter Tlaise, who's the deputy chair, Neo Maimane, who's the secretary, Nobuhle Likoma, deputy secretary, Nancy Tipe as treasurer. And then the rest of the members. Just also to add on this, it is the responsibility of the members of Sadtu SACCO to ensure that they elect fit and proper people or fit and proper members to this board to ensure that we always have the right caliber of people running Sadtu SACCO and taking care of your funds at all times. And then in terms of the progress up to date, we were registered in 2019. And then we started rolling out the savings products in 2019, and then 2021 we started with the loans, and then the first AGM was in 2021, and we had the last one in 29 February 2024. And as of that date, our member savings, which is the funds we had in Sadtu SACCO or SACCO Bank at that time, was 5.1 million. And now at this date, we are sitting at 8.8 million rands in our account as member savings. And then the loans at the AGM date were 59,000. We are now sitting at 372,155. And members, we do need to note that our income comes from the interest that we get from investing these funds, and also the interest that we get from the loans that the members make. And all of this was created so that you can have access or easy access. The membership at our AGM date was 1960. We are now sitting at 2742, but this includes non-active members. And I think this is where the bulk of, or the emphasis of our conversation is going to be today, members. This is the graph that depicts where Limpopo sits, with 158 members as at the AGM date. And I would just like to have a conversation with the members that Sadtu Sako came into existence because the members said they need this organization, and therefore they need to support the organization by joining and making the organization sustainable. And if the numbers are sitting at 158, I don't think we are supporting Sadtu Sako the way we should be. And then I will take it down and give you a breakdown. For Limpopo, the Sadtu, the union membership, I received these figures from National Office as at the end of May 2024. Is sitting at 44,962. And then when you are looking at the Limpopo Sadtu Sako total membership, which is active, is 158, and the active members that are saving every month is only 133. So the numbers are not matching comrades, and that means that we are not committing to our Congress resolution that we want this organization to be sustainable. So if we also break it down to regions, Capricorn 28 members, Mopani 17 members, Sekhukhune 19 members, Vembe 23, Waterberg 6, Western 9, and then we have 31 members that are unallocated. And the reason for that is on the Sadtu system, if the members are contributing by cash and not via PERSAL, it does not allocate the region where the member is. But we will just really talk on the 133, and then you can also just make an assessment by yourself, members, that we do need to do something as the province to be able to catch up with the other provinces to improve the numbers for Sadtu Sako. And then lastly, how do we apply to be a member? We are going to be seated outside with the application forms. It's myself and a colleague, Yamgela, and we will be able to assist you with joining Sadtu Sako. You complete the form, and then you pay the joining fee, which is 100 Rand, and the membership share of 200 Rand. And then this is the email address, if you are not going to fill it in today, that you forward it to. And then you also give us your supporting document for FICA purposes. And then all you need to do after that is operate your regular savings account by monthly savings of any amount that you can afford. And really the minimum is 100 Rand. You can increase it at any time. And if you've saved 1,000 Rand and you feel that it's now too much, you can reduce it at any time. And you can also have access to your funds at any time that you need them. You just let us know, and we forward you a withdrawal form, and you are able to access your funds at any time. Thank you very much, members.
Thank you very much. I don't know if there's any questions. Yeah, just wait here. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to meet the MD of Sadtu Sako, Managing Director. She is our managing director of Sadtu Sako. So I said to her, no, just take a seat, ma'am. This is our institution, comrades. So if you have got questions, I'm at the minimum of 5, at the minimum of 6, meaning 1 per region. But no, I'm opening, I'm flexible. I'm saying, if you have got questions with regard to Sadtu Sako, she is here. She is the MD of Sadtu Sako, your institution. I've, 1 is from Vembe already, 2 is again from Vembe, and 1 is from Secretary of Vembe, 2 is from Chairperson of, you are lucky, Chairperson of Twendo, and the other one is from Mutupa branch. And the other one is from Niani branch. 4 comrades. Don't be provoked, please. Right? Hey, don't be provoked. If you don't have any question, please, you are fine. Yeah. Yes, Secretary.
Yeah, thanks the MD for Sako Bank. I'm pleased that you are saying you'll be outside here. Most of some of the questions will go and ask outside. But I think I'm just worried because in our records, we have got stats that are completely different from what you have here. So, but I think I want to check if it would be possible for you, because in our meetings, also have got a challenge of saying there is late capturing, stuff like those. But I want to check if you can be able to provide at least the regional secretaries with statistics of those who are active. I think it will assist us so that we update, because in terms of our records, as Wembe, we have got 95 in our records of members of Sako Bank. Thanks, Program Director.
Thank you very much, Secretary. Chairperson Twendo, I think you are covered. Okay, sorry, I'm sorry.
Thanks, Chairperson. When coming to the issue of Sako Bank, I raised the issue of clarity, because whenever we are recruiting people to Sako Bank, there is a question which is always arising. So I want to be clarified if there is a relationship between Sako Bank and Sadtu Investment Holdings, because people want to know before they join Sako Bank. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. The third question is from Noniani, is the 4th.
I'm the 4th.
Yeah, Mutupa, yes. You see, Chairperson Twendo has just asked a question that he asked during the regional conference in Vembe that bring us into what? Okay, yes.
No, thanks very much, Chairperson of the session. You see, maybe the reason why those numbers are not numbering perfectly is necessarily because there is an issue of insecurities, particularly when we deal with money issues. Our members are not necessarily secured as to indeed their monies are safe or not. But what I want to, the submission that I want to make here to the MD in particular was to say, be accessible in our regions, more so when we even go to branch mass meetings. Most of the time when we tell the members to join Sako Bank, they would ask questions like, where are the offices? How can we access those people? So I was saying, make it a point that in as far as accessibility is concerned, perhaps in different regions where are available and visible, so that when a need arises, our members are clarified with regard to this SACCO bank. Not because they don't want to join, they want to join, but they need that assurance. Leborena today when we are here, Rukumana assurance nyana from USMD, we will be able to assure our members, but be accessible to them, come to the regions or branches if possible. Thank you very much.
Sorry, just before that, from which region are you?
Mopani.
Okay, thank
Sure.
you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the session. My name is Rudzani from Wembe region, Niyane branch. I want to be clarified as to what happens when one retires, when one is a member of this SACCO bank. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, comrades. I don't want to respond to your questions. The MD is here. Some of the questions I will be able to respond, but the MD is here. She is here to respond to those questions. Yeah, MD.
Thank you very much, Chair. On the first question, I'm not sure if it really was a question or a request or a comment on the numbers that I have provided for the region. And I think Comrade requested that we provide a breakdown of the report to you. I will provide I think we will talk outside and I will provide the breakdown for the members. But also what I would like to clarify is sometimes what happens, a member joins and we use a debit order system to get the funds or the savings to come through. So what happens if you reverse that debit order, the system kicks you off. So you are a member, but then you are no longer active because there's no more deductions continuing for you on a monthly basis. And the system automatically does that. Or also what happens is if it deducts month 1 and there are no funds and it deducts month 2 and month 3, then it also takes it as there are no funds. And then there are also members that join but then go to the bank and dispute the membership, which is then when we submit where you have signed to say you are authorizing us to take 100 Rand for your savings. So we do understand that sometimes times get difficult, but we would appreciate if members would then communicate with us and say, it's getting a little bit tight financially, I'm going to reduce my savings, so that we are able to control it on our side and we're able to know who's active and who's non-active at what point, rather than the system deactivating you because of the actions that I've just explained. So I think that is what would also cause the non-correlation in terms of the numbers. A person would say, no, I know I'm a member of the bank, but in our books, the person sits with a non-active status because they are no longer saving. And then the second question was regarding the relationship between SAIhold and SACCO Bank. I think the only relationship there is that we all relate to SATU as the union. SAIHold is an investment entity on its own, and SATU SACO is a cooperative and institution on its own, and we offer two different products. So we are not related at all, and SAIHold is also a member of SACO Bank. Together with SATU, the union, they are also members of SATU SACO Bank. So, yeah. And then the third question was the issue of security and accessibility to the branches. In terms of security, I think in my presentation, the best security I can give you is the fact that the organization is regulated. So there is an external party that at all times requests reports, comes for on-site inspections to make sure that what we are reporting matches with what is on the ground. They tend to look if our internal controls are in place, what are the controls in terms of signing off for funds when we are paying back the members, their money, when we are deducting the monies, what happens. So they regulate all of that to ensure that at no point in time we are mismanaging the members' funds. And then also the structure that I reflected here as the board of directors, they come in as a governance structure to make sure that all the operations, the oversight to make sure that all the operations are running smoothly, and everything we do as management and operations is above board. And then we also have a committee that is independent of the board, which is an audit and risk committee. It's also made up of SATU members or SATU SACO members. They also provide an additional oversight in terms of what happens in the organization. So they check what we do and also check what the board does in terms of governing the organization, and then also submit their own independent report to the Reserve Bank to say, these are the issues we've identified in SATU SACO Bank. We've asked the board to resolve them, and they are not resolving them if such a case arises. So we've got those security structures to ensure that the money you put in SACO Bank is safe. And then in terms of accessibility, I think we sometimes do have a challenge of getting the information of where and when the mass meetings are happening. And sometimes we receive it just the day before, and sometimes it makes it difficult to make the arrangements to reach the region. But we do try. We have a marketing agent, Uspiwe Nkosi, that travels between the regions. If the Limpopo mass meetings, he's received the calendar, he drives and he stays in Limpopo and he attends the mass meetings just to be able to recruit and also answer questions and also give service to the members in terms of those that want to withdraw and whatever they may need. So we will just need to work on that to ensure that the information about the mass meetings reaches the national office, and then so that we are able to make the arrangements on time to reach you. So currently, we only have the office nationally in Gauteng, and then we deploy staff members to the provinces as and when the need arises. And then the question of what happens when one retires in terms of membership, once a SATU SACO member, always a SATU SACO member. So if you have joined and you want to continue even when you have retired, you can still continue, unless if you are saying that you elect to terminate your membership. As one of the principles I showed, it is a voluntary membership. So should you get to a point where you say, I've retired and I want to terminate my membership, you will let us know and we will terminate your membership. But if you want to continue, even if you have retired, we will continue to keep your membership. And then also as an additional note, on the membership form, there is a section for a nomination of beneficiary, so that even if it's not retirement, but something happens to you before then, we should be able to relocate whoever you have nominated as a beneficiary for your funds so that we can place them correctly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for the MD. Those were the 4 questions, and indeed, the institution is regulated, and our monies are safe. Najim, Jimmy can testify that, not Jimmy alone, and even Mapa can testify, and myself can testify that we are enjoying the withdrawal, especially during Christmas. And when are we withdrawing, MD? November, December, January, you withdraw the Christmas funds, if you have. So we are safe. Thank you very much, MD. And we are lucky that we were joined by the MD. She's a newly elected MD. Provincial Deputy Secretary, item number 7. Hey, what's the younger with Sinopera?
Yeah, the thanks program director. We would like to present those who are amongst ourselves as guests. I won't be presenting in terms of seniority or protocol, but as captured in the attendance register. Amongst ourselves, we're having Mutau MH from Metropolitan, who happens to be a branch manager. We are also having from Metropolitan, Marketing Development Manager, Keke Sonswane. The one who just left the stage, Comrade Ngema PS, the Managing Director of SACO. We are also having Mafanya Yamkela, also coming from Sadtu SACO. From Old Mutual, we are having the Right to Health representative, Success Machiwana. And from Old Mutual, we are having Malose Mapola. From Asupol, we are having Muila Maisaka. And again, from Asupol, we are having Murungwa Mukatse. And from South African, we are having Matsane JR. And from Sanlam, we are having Kwena Mieni. And from amongst our ranks, we are having the national researcher, Comrade David Matsepe. We are having the young ones from the student chapter, Comrade Mfundo Dube and Comrade Benyane Remember. We would like to present also out of what we have learned. program director, leaders are not known. We are having the PWC members as led by the provincial chairperson. I'm talking about Sadtu Provincial Chairperson and Sadtu Provincial Chairperson. These are the things Secretary indicated. We are still waiting for something else. The PWC is led by Comrade Esther Mukwele, or Esther. Can you greet the masses? I told you, Chairperson, that the issue of 3-in-1 will prevail. Thanks, comrades. We are also presenting to ourselves the provincial deputy chairperson, Comrade Matumi Ngwana. Can you greet us?
Manda. Away two. Manda. Ashu. Ashu. Manda. Matimba. Aina. All power
To the people. The provincial treasurer, who happens to be the program director and the master of ceremony. Comrade Rukwati Fezi, Rukwata Runatandango Munenjerere.
Matimba. Manda.
Comrade Lynette, the provincial education convener, Lynette Nkwash. The provincial gender convener, Comrade Ndawamakitla Tando, Comrade Tando.
Viva Sadtu, viva!
The provincial sports arts and culture convener, Comrade Kikae Refilwe.
Viva Sadtu, viva! Viva! I rule.
We will be leaving out the heads of administration. We are having the PEC members, and allow me to start with the hosting region. And I have heard the treasurer trying to indicate something, which they usually confuse. They thought the province is in Capricorn, whereas Capricorn is in the province. So they are part of the province. Yeah, you are not the province. You are just hosting the province. And the Capricorn region is being led by Comrade Jimingo Beni. Yeah, can we also get an indication from those who are coming from Capricorn? But by standing, when I'll be calling the name of the regional secretary, Comrade Siopa Martin. Yeah, Jimmy, you can assist because you are double barrel today. Those comrades who are from Capricorn, I'm introducing all of us, all of you. Yeah, those are led by Comrade Jimmy. And from Mupani, they are being led by Comrade Wiani Stavi. And can Comrade Wiani greet the comrades? And can the administrator of the region, Comrade Maslo Murauzi, assist, and yourselves from Mupani stand up with him? Maslo, they're still standing, and now you just said Amanda man. Yeah, I'm welcoming you. And from Sikokoni, they are being led by Comrade Nkupi Mpeche. And can the comrade lead us in terms? And the regional secretary, Comrade Manjachia, somewhere, can you please stand up? We with the crew. Just continue until they rise. They are still seated. Continue, Comrade Chia. Thanks for assistance. The region of Bembe is being led by the most visible. Comrade Chikaranga Zwindin Dafita. Can you please rise and greet the comrades? The secretary of the region, Comrade Mapa, can you please stand up with the comrades? The western region is being led by Comrade Jonas. And can Comrade Mukonyane greet the masses? I couldn't call you by the nickname. That's why I said Jonas. And the regional secretary is Comrade Raymond Palane. Can Comrade Ray, together with the comrade from Western, rise? The chairperson of Waterberg, Comrade Pole Ali, can you please greet us?
Long live, Sadtu, long live. Long live.
And the regional secretary, Comrade Vetes, together with the comrades from Waterberg, can you please rise and greet us? Thanks, Program Director. I would also like to go back to the introduction of those who will be left with the union when we are no longer in the system. They must greet us because those will be taking the baton, carrying forward the responsibility of leading this union. Can Comrade Mfundo Dube from the student chapter greet the masses? Comrade Mfundo. And can Comrade, thanks. And can Comrade remember do the same? Remember Mbenyani. Yeah, those are thanks. Those will be the owners of the union tomorrow. Thanks. Amanda.
Uyu we avha khou ḓivhadza vhathu upfi Mulalo Silas Nevari ndi Provincial Deputy Secretary. Oh, now the Provincial Secretary also is back, Comrade Saul Chivan. Now, my time is going to come to its logical end now. Now we want to call upon the provincial deputy chairperson to come and have an opening address. Can we then now pitch a slogan to welcome the deputy chairperson?
Amandla. Amandla. Bandla. Batla. Aruna. Matimba. Aina. Manda. Ashu. All power to the people. Thanks, Program Director, our Provincial Treasurer, for the opportunity given. Let me first greet the Provincial Chairperson of Sadtu in Limpopo. Today I learned something that you are now honorable. Honorable Stamukwele. The NWC member, our DGS is here. Let me also greet our researcher, PEC members who are the conveners of this PGC, our administrative staff, branch chairpersons and delegates from our respective branches, our Sadtu student chapter as introduced, Comrade Remember and Comrade Mfundo, our Sadtu Sako as led by the Managing Director, our Sadtu TV crew, making sure that this gathering is streamed live. I did not hear whether COSAS and SASCO are here. Yeah, I am told they are here. COSAS, let me greet COSAS. I did not hear the leader introduced, but you are greeted, comrade. COSATU SACP Sanko and NC in absentia. And our newly appointed MEC for Education in Limpopo also in absentia. The sponsors that presented here, South African Metropolitan, Asupol, and Old Mutual. You see, I want to be sure whether it's good morning or it's good afternoon. Because I was told I will address at 11:05, then my speech was saying good morning. Now it's good afternoon. Good afternoon, comrades, and consider yourselves greeted. I bring to you revolutionary greetings from number 91, Big Hat Street in Polokwane, where the headquarters of the province are located. And we also want to specifically welcome the chairpersons and delegates from our TVET colleges, because since relaunching, this is the first PGC that you are attending. It is indeed my singular honor and privilege to address you on the occasion of our Provincial General Council, the highest decision-making body or structure in between our provincial conferences. But comrades, I also want to start by paying tribute and our sincere and heartfelt condolences to the families of all our comrades who perished since our last conference. In particular, comrades, we lost our national negotiator, Comrade Casey Matome, and recently, comrades, we lost 10 educators out of the 13 who were involved in that horrific accident on the R521 between Polokwane and Dendron. May their souls continue to rest in eternal peace. I won't say we observe a moment of silence because we did that during our candle lighting. And this PGC is also convened during the Youth Month, wherein we remember and celebrate the lives of the 1976 youth generation. Their courage, their sacrifice, and their gallant deeds will forever remain embedded in our minds. We remember how they braved and faced live ammunition and tear gases from apartheid police. Just to mention a few of them, comrades, we remember Tsietsi Mashining, Hector Peterson, Mbuyisa Makubu, Mitango Beni, Emma Sateche, Peter Mukaba, Begi Mlangeni, Bani Polokwane, and the many more unnamed and unsung heroes. This Provincial General Council is also held a day after the inauguration of the President of the Republic of our 7th administration, President Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa. We want to congratulate him for the new responsibility that he's been bestowed with. We are aware that the President will be presiding over a government of national unity. This happening for the first time since the advent of democracy. Comrades, as we are also meeting today, we are also meeting some days after the announcement of the Limpopo government's Executive Council by the Premier, Comrade Popira Matuba. We want to congratulate her on her appointment as Premier and further congratulate all MECs recently appointed. We wish them all the best and will be watching them as they carry out their constitutional responsibilities. But I want to specifically welcome the reappointment of the MEC for Education, Comrade Mabungu Lerola Ramakanya. We hope that, because we thought she would be here, but we hope that we will soon meet with her to deal with any outstanding matters from the 6th administration. She knows our motto very well: nothing about Sadtu without Sadtu. We will convey the message to her, comrades. As we also want to thank you, comrades, for attending this PGC, and also want to assure you that we value your presence in this meeting. I know some of you were supposed to be conducting winter enrichment classes, and some were supposed to be on holidays, and some should have been at the mountains. But like, yeah, comrades. But like true revolutionaries, you are here with us, and we salute you for that. We are fresh from conducting our mid-year examinations, and we want to thank you, comrades, because you conducted your examinations with minimal or no irregularities that were reported. But we should ensure that we reflect on the challenges experienced with a view of taking corrective measures to improve in the running of these examinations, comrades. The PGC takes place at the most crucial time in terms of geopolitical tensions around the world. The most prominent being the genocidal crimes committed by apartheid Israel on the people of Palestine. They are indiscriminately bombarding women and children in particular, under the guise of fighting to uproot Hamas. Almost 38,000 or more people have died since the attack on the 7th of October 2023. But we are here, comrades, would like to commend our South African government under the leadership of President Cyril Ramaphosa for standing up for the vulnerable people of Palestine. The fact that they took Israel to the International Court of Justice proved how serious our leaders are in ensuring that the genocide is stopped. We are aware that the United Nations General Assembly's resolutions to condemn and hold the aggression was always vetoed by the USA and its stooges. Now the US wants a ceasefire that is sponsored by them. What a contradiction. We're also, comrades, still looking at the Russia-Ukraine conflict, where the USA is also a player in that regard. The imperialist West is supplying weapons to ensure that the war does not end. But what is worrying is that in all these conflicts, people who are suffering are the working class, the workers and the poor. Because workers are not able to go to work and therefore are not able to provide for their families. But at the same tone, comrades, must also continue our struggle that we're waging against the Eswatini monarchy that torments and maims political activists. The struggle of the people of Western Sahara should also be supported and applied, raised internationally, comrades. As we are meeting here, comrades, our economy is still struggling to recover from the devastating COVID-19 effects. The July 2021 unrests, the floods experienced in KwaZulu-Natal and parts of the Eastern Cape. Our own projection, comrades, or the projections of our own treasury, is that our GDP will grow, or is projected to grow this year at 1.3% and 1.6% in 2025. But your IMF and other international rating agencies are projecting our GDP to grow at 0.9% in 2024 this year and 1.3% in 2025. We wish and hope that the new administration will take measures to ensure that we fast track the growth of our economy. This economy, comrades, which is not growing or grows in a small pace, hampers our resolve to fight against the triple challenges of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. Poverty in this country has risen beyond tolerance, and if not quickly addressed, may lead to discontent and violence. Our icon, Nelson Mandela, our former president, once said, I open the quote, "Overcoming poverty is not a gesture of charity. It is an act of justice," close quote. Therefore, we must make sure that we eradicate poverty amongst our people, because poverty on its own, comrades, degrades, it humiliates, and it makes people lose a sense of belonging. As long as jobs are not created as we expect, unemployment, which currently is around 32.9% in the first quarter of 2024, will exacerbate the levels of poverty and inequality, because the three are interrelated. Where there is unemployment, there is poverty, and inequality grows. The wage gap has also propelled inequality in our country. Comrade Chairperson of the session, it is a crime against humanity that we still have 90% of South Africa's assets being owned by less than 10% of the population. Research has found that 80% of the population in this country has no assets at all. The seventh administration is called upon to prioritize job creation over any other matter in order to change the situation. Indeed, comrades, we are just fresh from the general elections. The elections which were indeed stressful and depressing. We put out one of the strongest and fiercest campaigns ever witnessed since the dawn of democracy. the chairperson of the session outlined, we produced rulers, we produced T-shirts, we branded our cars, we convened teacher forums solely to campaign, we convened mass meetings and blizzards and other activities that were geared towards the campaign. And as a union, we must be very proud because we released our resources to campaign for an outright ANC victory. We did so because we wanted to safeguard our hard-earned gains, comrades, such as collective bargaining, the labor laws which protects us as workers, the right to strike and picket, health and safety laws in the workplace, and many other gains that we achieved since 1994. But the ANC, comrades, was up against capital-funded opposition parties, media which was hell-bent on reporting negatively about the ANC government, so-called political analysts, and the West. So we were up against it, comrades. It was the intention of the West, comrades, to reduce the strength of the ANC by finding even smaller parties like Rise Muzanzi, or Sara, or ATM, and others whose names I cannot even pronounce. The outcome is all history, with the ANC achieving just above 40% for the first time since 1994. But comrades, we want to thank you again for putting up a great fight. You entered uncharted areas to canvass for the ANC. You were visible, mutu mutun. We did all those things. What would have happened if us as a union did not do what we did? Imagine, maybe we'll be talking about 21%. We know, comrades, even before we went to elections, comrades, our own researchers showed us that the ANC will not fare above 45%. This largely due to challenges well known to us, such as corruption, your state capture, poor service delivery, and crime. At times, indeed, we are our own worst enemies. But we will do serious analysis of the results and correct our own mistakes. But we are consoled, comrades, as a province, because we got above 73%. In essence, I said this thing during our PC, that in essence, we are at 75%, since we accumulated 48 out of 64 seats in the Limpopo legislature. Those who are mathematicians, will, if you divide 48 by 64, it will give you 75%. So we are actually on 75%. We did very well as a province. I thought we would clap hands for ourselves. Because it's us, comrades, it's us. Make no mistake, it's us who made sure that we achieved what we achieved. We therefore would like officially, comrade, to congratulate our chairperson, Comrade Esther Mokwele, for a deployment in the Limpopo legislature because of the hard work that we did. We are very sure, comrades, that she will serve the people of this province and contribute positively towards the development of the province and the country in general. We know her, comrade, she's a hard worker. And Comrade Jimmy, I can assure you she will not change. Comrades, given the performance nationally, it meant the ANC could not form government. And as such, the leadership, after consultations, opted for a government of national unity. It may not be the best option to work with parties like the DA because we don't want. And all those who wanted to see the demise of the ANC, because the parties that we are with in the GNU are the parties that wanted to see the demise of the organization. But given the circumstances and the consultations undertaken, we must give the leadership of the African National Congress, nationally, especially the NEC, the benefit of doubt. The GNU parties, comrades, were told, have committed to social justice, redress and equity, and the alleviation of poverty. Again, we will monitor them so that they don't detour. But as workers, comrades, through COSATU, we should ensure that the ANC does not compromise on our gains. And we should jealously guard against that. We are aware that the DA, comrades, want to reduce the public service. We are aware, comrades, that the DA want to change the labor laws. We are aware, comrades, that the DA want to do away with the minimum wage. But we must make sure that the ANC guard against that, even in that marriage that we never anticipated. It is also imperative, comrades, that we should reflect on our alliance, especially in this province. During elections, we have witnessed some improvements, wherein the ANC was willing to work with us. They attended our meetings, our events, be it celebrations, even funerals. We went door to door, side by side with them, and also attended campaigns. There was that consultation we always longed for, comrades, because before the elections, there was no alliance. Consultation. They were able to deploy leaders in our teacher forums. You have witnessed that, even in our structural meetings. But after the elections, the usual resurfaced. After elections, the usual resurfaced. The way ANC went, you see, I thought the ANC would be here so that they will hear us directly. Because they went back to those tendencies of deploying comrades into the executive without thorough consultations with the alliance partners. Comrades, if you went through what the PS of COSATU said on the appointments of the Executive Council, you will tell that there were no real consultations. This is what we have been lamenting about since the dawn of democracy, comrades. The question we should ask the ANC is whether we are only relevant up to the election day or not. Because we are indeed not taken seriously as workers. After all the efforts and all the work that we put or did during elections, this is not the thank you that we could have received. But we hope COSATU, or as COSATU, we will raise these matters vigorously without any fear of contradiction. Because we are also members of the ANC, comrades. So this PGC will also discuss and pronounce on the state of affairs. We wanted to remind the ANC, comrades, about what President O.R. Tambo stressed on the importance of the alliance when he said, open quote, "Our alliance is not merely a paper alliance, created at conference tables and formulated through the signing of documents and representing only an agreement of leaders. Our alliance is a living organism born out of struggle," close quote. I'm sure he should be turning in his grave with what is happening in this province. I'm talking about this province because in other provinces, the alliance may be meeting, comrades. And nationally, I'm aware that there were consultations with the alliance. I'm talking about this province. Comrades, as a union, we are growing in leaps and bounds in this province with a membership of 44,962 as projected here. We should continue to recruit members until all education workers are SATU members, comrades. We should realize our slogan, one sector, one union. In our preamble in the Constitution, comrades, we proclaim the need for a single teachers and education workers union in our land. And we must realize that. And therefore, all education workers and teachers who are not members of SATU, to us, are unorganized and therefore must recruit them. But at the same time, comrades, we should at all times ensure that we translate the quantity of members that we have into quality. Members should be politically orientated so that they always understand and adhere to the union policies and funding objectives. Political schools in our structures are long overdue, comrades. Clause 6.3 of our Constitution states that the objective of the union shall be to promote and further the interests of its members and to voice collectively their opinions on matters pertaining to education. As leaders gathered here, because we are all leaders here, we should prioritize service to our members as our first pillar. We should organize activities in our branches that promote mass participation, comrades. There are very few of us, you can see, there are very few, and comrades will not all of them attend these types of gatherings. But we must have activities, organize memorial lectures of our fallen heroes in your branches, so that all members of the branch will attend. You can organize games, you can organize topics for debates on political issues. But comrades, it is a worrying factor that some of our structures do not convene constitutional meetings to interact with members. This was discovered during our Education Workers Forum, in which members were complaining that they last saw leaders during elective meetings. The office-based educators, circuit managers, and principals who are our members often complain of lack of service. I think we should convene principals' forums and also touch base with office-based educators and circuit managers who are our members, comrades. We call upon all of us, comrades, to close ranks and protect the union and its leaders who are always under attack. You know there are political parties, if indeed there are political parties, like your DA and the EFF, who wants to see the demise of SATU. They are attacking this union left, right, and center, and attacking the leadership of this union. And therefore, it is imperative upon us to always ensure that we defend this organization and defend even its leaders. But we are sure they will not succeed, and we will grow stronger and stronger. We must build out of our own membership, comrades, patriotic cadres who love and cherish their country and its people. A patriotic cadre who carries out revolutionary tasks with passion, prioritizing the education of children of the poor and the working class. We want members who are patriotic, who will go to their classes prepared and of sober mind. Cadres who will deliver quality public education to our children. We always say, those children, majority of us, we are teaching children in our townships and villages who only rely on the education that you provide once you stand in front of them to be better citizens. And therefore, as you stand in front of that learner, you must always remind yourself, whatever I impart to this learner only relies on it to be a better person in future. We must also have comrades who will confront injustice in every institution as and when it occurs. We want our comrades to be equipped so that they deal with issues without sending their even minor things to the region or to the branch or to the province. There are cases that they can deal with it at the site level, and this will require us to have very patriotic and informed and capacitated site leadership. Comrades, we must never as leaders be tempted to expose our members to illegal activities. No matter how agitated we may be, no matter how angry we may be, we must not take our members to the guillotines. An illegal strike is an illegal strike, irrespective of the demands that we may have. Whether we are angry with a principal or with a circuit manager, don't close our schools. Comrades, for any action, mass action that we must take as structures of this organization, that action must be sanctioned by the PEC after approval by the NEC. So says our constitution, comrades, as decision-making structures. And therefore, we should not risk with our members. Please, because branch chairpersons or the deputy chairpersons are here, please, don't risk with our members. Comrades, I thought, like you said, we call on the department. I thought the MEC is here, but we'll talk to the MEC to intensify the safety in our schools. A number of schools have been afflicted by acts of violence perpetrated against both learners and educators. Drugs are also making their way so easily as there are no security personnel to search and seize them. How are we expected to deliver quality results in such unsafe environments? We further call upon the department, comrades, to provide all necessary support staff to schools. We cannot, as a province, continue to be treated differently from other provinces, comrades. I know in provinces like Mpumalanga, in Gauteng, schools will be provided with security, admin clerks, and general assistance. What's wrong with us? What's wrong with our province? And hopefully, because Comrade Estayo will be there, I hope they take you to be in charge of the portfolio on education. That's my prayer, so that we are able to address these challenges. Whilst you are not provided with this support staff, we are told the money for norms and standard is not supposed to employ personnel. So how will we get this personnel if they are not provided to us, and we are also not able to hire them? When some of you become creative and have parents contributing, we are also told that you are no fee schools, therefore you must not charge any fee. So what should then happen? I thought maybe we'll get the answers today. So we'll get the answers tomorrow when the MEC comes in. And indeed, there is a need to review the directives on the management of school finances, as the current constraints are not assisting us as schools. And we should start the debate around this. The Department of Education in Limpopo has been piloting, comrades, with NSNP, where some schools are given money to procure on their own food for learners. The last meeting we attended, I think as principals, we were told that no, these schools have saved a lot of money because they are procuring on their own. We should be updated whether the pilot was successful or not. We cannot pilot forever. Indeed, comrades, there are also other outstanding issues that we hope the department, and we will also forward to the MEC as we meet. Issues like your LTSM and textbook procurement. There is a problem with textbook procurement, comrades. They say you must top up. And you must top up a book that you last purchased in 2004. Those books are not even there. And the system is such that when you top up, you are also restricted. You don't top up according to the number of learners that don't have books. I think we must also deal with such issues, comrades, as and when we meet with the department. The issue of common assessments, how they are conducted, but I think the provincial chairpersons once said, we always sing and say common assessments are not policy or it's not policy, but we are failed by you. were failed by you. It's like you have now fallen in love with common assessments. Because you conduct them. And then the chairperson will say, no, it's not policy, must not, but you go there and then you conduct them. Maybe today, comrades, as we break for commissions, wherever we'll be dealing with, we must talk about common assessments and advise what is it that, and take a decision on common. If you want common assessments, must say so that we are not seen. And school sports, there are issues around school sports, comrades, that we must address with the Department of Education. You know, I don't know whether this province is cursed or what. We're not doing things that we are supposed to be doing, comrades. You see these jackets that we are wearing. We're feeling on our grade 1 or grade 2 or grade 3, we're uniform. When other provinces look nice and good, going to the sports festivals, you'll feel pity for them. Tomorrow email like uniform before the learner participates. And we must address these things, comrades. They are very critical. The other thing that, comrades, that we must also deal with is the timetable for your internal examinations. You can't finish writing a paper on Friday and on Monday they want schedules. It can't be. They'll send people who are drafting these timetables, comrades. I think it's also high time that as and when they come as drafts, we must make inputs and indicate that no, you can't have this last paper. And remember, they don't even check how many learners you have. And some of us, they know that in our schools don't teach ideally. You teach grade 8, 9, and 10. And they write that paper maybe on one day or on the same day. And you are expected to mark. And so we'll raise these things, comrades, and I hope they will reach the MEC for education. Indeed, comrades, during our teacher forums, as we're moving around, we talked about the proposed review of minimum requirements for appointment into school management posts. I hope we are here with motions, we'll make input so that we are able to give us the way forward in terms of these proposed reviews, where there are specific minimum requirements, where an educator should have to serve as departmental head for 2 years when applying for a deputy principal. But you know about those, comrades. But let me just then jump to our campaign, I'm a school fan. You know, comrades, we expect ourselves to dovetail these campaigns to our sites. We launched this very ambitious campaign, comrades, anchored upon the 4 pillars: we care, we teach, we protect, and we denounce violence. It's our campaign. But as we care, as we teach, as we protect, as we denounce violence, but we still have members who are meeting corporal punishment on our learners. And this is a very serious concern, comrades, because nowadays, you'll just be expelled. You'll be dismissed, comrades. But we are singing this song. But even yourself must continue to sing this song in every meeting. It must become a swan song. Okay? We must sing about corporal punishment. Because it's high time, comrades, that we must have forums and discuss alternatives to corporal punishment. I think it's very important that in our structures, we must sit and talk about alternatives to corporal punishment. Because it's like most of us are inclined to corporal punishment. And this campaign also, comrades, places a responsibility on our part as educators to take our work seriously at all material times. It also calls upon the department to provide all necessities needed for education to take place, but above all calls for educators. The president, our president, Comrade Mapila, will say, comrades, don't put your hands in the cookie jar. Cookie jar. norms and standards. As much as we are administering them, comrades, we are told that we don't have to use cards in our schools, bank cards. Like in the union, also don't use them. At least you are union leaders, you know you don't use them in the union. Even when you go to your schools, you don't use them. But even, you are told that you find a school card even swiped for 12 of savannas in a tavern. It's not a joke, comrades. These are things that are happening. You see, the danger sometimes is when we talk about these things. When you are not doing them, you think they are not happening. Because you are not doing them. And sometimes you get bored when you say these things. But you want them to be embedded in your minds so that when you address our members, you are able to say them. They become part of you. Sexual relations with learners. This one, I think it was said many times by chairpersons of this province. One chairperson of this province said, it's an improper fraction. It's unholy. Yeah, comrades. One leader once said, if you are a man or a woman and you like school uniform, buy it for your spouse. Buy a uniform for your spouse so that when you see the spouse in that uniform, you don't have sexual relations with learners. Because it's like we like uniform again. Yeah, you must buy for your spouses. Because nowadays it's no more sexual relations, it's no more about men, even women, comrades. Female teachers also, comrades. So let's stop that, comrades. Comrades, the other issue that I may not leave without talking about is this thing of alleged selling of posts. Alleged. And if you are not doing it, bravo. But those who are doing it, stop it. Posts have been advertised, people have advertised, and now this thing I've realized not even only done by, it's not done by educators, secretary. You know, even district officials and second managers, of course. Posts have price nowadays. Posts have prices. You want to be a departmental head, they'll tell you, bring so much. But comrades, these things also happen in front of our eyes. And we close them. The processes are such that we are sending observers there. You must be very vigilant. You must observe when you are there. You must observe. Don't be part of the chorus. Observe. Stop whatever anomaly is happening, so that even that person who may have bought the post will not succeed in the interviews if he's not well prepared. And some of us, comrades, I think we are also principals, we are also serving in SGBs. SGBs recommend, the last time I checked, the second manager will just check whether all documents are there after the SGB has recommended. Some of the second managers and district officials, will return these things, SGB, you do not recommend correctly. You must raise those things. We are a revolutionary trade union movement. We are revolutionaries. We are agents of transformation and change. We can't allow such things to happen in front of us. That's why we're saying, if you are not part of them, of the selling, congratulations and continue. And if you are part, repent today. Repent. And make sure that these things you are not part too. Because at times, comrades, when you go to the BTGMs, people fight to be in the Bs, not because they want to serve our members, but because they see it as proximity towards promotional posts. We must condemn it at all times with the strongest terms possible. Comrades, when you go back Unfortunately, it's the last thing that I'll talk about, because I said I cannot sit down without talking about the Communist Party, comrades. We are not seeing them in our activities, Secretary. Get the disbandment, get the task teams in districts. Okay, Comrade Chairperson, today I remember of the PEC of the SACP. So unfortunately, you must convey the message. Because comrades, if you don't have a strong SACP, who will then guard us? Who will then guard us as workers? And we call upon yourselves. From tomorrow after the PGC is closed, when you go back to your villages, when you go back to your townships and towns, you must ensure that you are part of the rebuilding of the South African Communist Party. First of all, you must be a member, which I hope all of you are. And if you are not, before we even check, go and get forms and become a member of the SACP. Because we can't, comrades. We can't. If the ANC is not there, it's fine. But with the SACP, it's a worrying fact. They turn our meetings into political schools. We are politically educated. And if they are not, it's weak, then we have a problem. We are now just relying on COSATU because COSATU is doing its best, comrades, in the province. This PGC, comrades, will be part of our preparations for the National Congress to be held in September. It will also be used to evaluate our progress from the last provincial conference to date. And therefore, we should come up with resolutions and plans to address any identified challenges facing our members. The PGC must also be decisive on actions to address all long outstanding matters. And with those few words, comrades, if indeed they were few, this Provincial General Council is officially opened, and I thank you. Amanda, away too. Amandla, Amandla. Amandla, Amandla. 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 Yeah, comrades, thank you very much, and we appreciate the spirit. And we will have time to sing. So we want, yeah, comrades, we want to call upon the provincial treasurer to come and acknowledge the sponsors. Comrade Treasurer.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. Just before I acknowledge the sponsors, there are two special people that I want to introduce. Unfortunately, I'm not seeing them. One is our national negotiator. He was not introduced. He's not here. and also our provincial organizer. The two were not introduced. They were given to me so that I can introduce them specially. Unfortunately, they are not in now. Comrades, on the question of sponsors that have assisted us, we have the following sponsors. One is Metropolitan. They have said that they've sponsored us with their rents, 375,000. Old Mutual, 15,000. Hey, there's a lot of money. In terms of monetary language, they have tried. It's a section that, a certain section that sponsored us with 15,000. NHB, they've made an undertaking that they are going to donate us, they are going to give us a golf shirt. We are still waiting for them. So in other words, we might be having 3. So the other one, you'll use it. Okay, yes. Now in other words, you are going to have 3 golf shirts for this PGC. You call it South African, you call it AMSC. You are having that gold shirt now. But besides that, during our tragic, horrific accident, wherein we lost 10 Sadtu members, each family was given 10,500 by AMC. And Sanlam pledged 5,000. Now, let me repeat. Sanlam pledged 5,000 voucher to Micro. Macro, I don't know what is it that we're going to buy for Macro. We're going to buy drinks. But comrades, I want to go back to Asopol. For this PGC, they were unable to sponsor us. But you know the reason why we regard them as one of the sponsors for this PGC is because of what they did during that tragic, horrific accident. Each family was given 10,000, and again they covered the drive to the families. So comrades, those are the sponsors that we are acknowledging, and I can't just come here and acknowledge if you haven't done anything, right? And we specifically during this PGC, comrades, I want us to give a round of applause for Asopol and AMSC, comrades. Because during that difficult times, you needed a shoulder to cry on. So they were there for us. I thank you, Chair.
Yes. Yeah, comrades, we want to invite, we're only going to have COSAS and the student chapter. And it's 5 minutes, 10 minutes, then we'll break for lunch. Yeah? So COSAS. Student chapter, come and see this side. You must occupy this front seat so that you can be. And COSAS, yeah, you must sit here. In front. These seats are reserved for you.
Amandla, Amandla, awethu. Yeah, they call COSAS, and maybe we might have done a fault because they came late. They are represented by their provincial, I don't know, it's coordinator or convener. Yeah, coordinator is Comrade Shirley Confidence Mwatu, coming from Mopane region, Norman Mashabane region in other terms. She's here. So that I don't come again and introduce others. And then the student chapter will be represented by Lady Bichandu Jelape, national, I'll check the structure, but they will be represented by Comrade Mfundo Dube, or Mfundo, now I call you Mfundo. Comrade Mfundo Dube. She is a founding member of the student chapter. We went with her, I think it's in 2017, to London, while we were researching how to incorporate the young workers into the union. We produced a report thereafter, and she has been there in the structures of the student chapter as a founding member. Under the tutelage of Comrade Kolane Fagute, they've been there with other leaders of the student chapter of Sadtu. So National felt that they need to send a national figure. You are now a national figure. And by the way, she works in our province, in Waterberg region. She studied here at the University of the North, of Limpopo, University of Limpopo. Yeah, and then she went, I think, to Vets, to Feda. But she chose Limpopo to come here. KwaZulu Natal has said if we don't utilize her here, we might lose her to KZN. I don't know what they told you, Mfundo, but I know me and Comrade Noma Russia, we are fighting for you. She wants you in KwaZulu Natal, and right now we want you in Limpopo. COSAS.
Amandla. Amandla. Each what? Each what? Uzoyithola kanjani? Mawuhlale khoneni. Eitha Sadtu eitha. Pelepele kabarutishi pelepele. Amandla. Thank you, comrades and compatriots. My name is Shirley Ngwanto, as they've introduced. I won't waste too much of your time, but I'm here representing the Congress of South African Students here in Limpopo.
We are here just to give a message of support. We're not going to waste too much of the time. We're going to be straightforward. Without a waste of time, I would like, before Nkalabala, to greet the leadership present here in our midst. And Ngaspa mentioned Gamaina because they've given us a limited time, but I would say all protocol observed. We'd like to honor this time to appreciate the invitation given from the South African Democratic Teachers Union for having invited us as the Congress of South African Students to form part of this important occasion. After a very long time of separation, to say, between us, COSAS and Sadtu, we further appreciate our continuous love Sadtu Limpopo is giving to us. Today, as the Congress of South African Students, we'd bravely say or tell this that it is Sadtu Limpopo which in fact advised us on how to can rebuild our relationship to go back and to go back to how the relation was before the separation could happen. Forming part of this Provincial General Council, we believe critical issues will be addressed towards the aim of restructuring a better union. The advancement of the liberation struggle was an aspect of a broader revolution, the National Democratic Revolution. Liberation from national oppression was considered a critical part of the revolution because it had been emphasized that such would lay ground for favorable condition to advance the strategic objectives of the NDR, which has been defined as the creation of a united, non-racial, non-sexist, and democratic society. We are still faced with challenges in this basic education sector in South Africa. There's a pressing need to address ongoing issues such as inadequate infrastructure, resource disparities among schools, and the digital device, which disproportionately affects students in underserved communities. Additionally, focus should be placed on enhancing teachers' training and professional development, promoting inclusive, equitable education, and addressing socioeconomic factors that hinders access to quality education. Prioritizing these areas will contribute to a more robust and equitable education system, aligning with the principles championed by leaders like Peter Mugabe, Sandra Baloyi, and Ephraim Mohali, in ensuring justice, equality, and accessible education for all South African youth. It is you as workers, teachers in this regard, who put Sadtu where it is today. Your work is seen and appreciated. Thus, as COSAS, we wish the Department of Education, unfortunately the MEC is not present here, but we wish the Department of Education can also strengthen its bold towards championing your interest, because the work you are doing ain't a child's play. Open quote, a good education can change anyone, a good teacher can change everything, closed quote. Continue doing your work diligently so, with love towards our learners. They need you as children who are ready to learn. We need you as a students' movement, pushing academic excellence. And the society, too, needs you for a change within our province, country at large. We wish you nothing but the best. Thank you. Amandla.
Mandla. Yeah, you'll agree with me. You won't even check time as she was presenting. So it's our product. She's a leader in my branch of the NC Youth League. Fine. Student chapter, Comrade Mfundo.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Long live the African National Congress, long live. Long live the South African Communist Party, long live. Long live Sadtu Limpopo, long live. Unite, SASCO, unite. Lead, COSAS, lead. Chigijela, Ufasimba Chigijela. I rule Sadtu student chapter, I rule. Pata Sadtu yabasebenzi pata. Ahe, Sadtu ahe. Manda. Ashu. Matla. Warena. Long live the spirits of Oliver Reginald Tambo, long live. Long live the spirits of all the stalwarts of June 16, 1976, long live. All power to the people. Thanks very much. My name is Mfundo Wakwadube, originally from KwaZulu up north, Engutu. Comrades, the Deputy General Secretary of the Union, Nkosana Dolopi, the leadership in the province is led by Comrade Nobala Sowel Jebane, the leadership at all regional, branch and site levels, the leadership of Sadtu in the province, the leadership of the SACP in the province, I believe in absentia, the leadership of African National Congress in the province in absentia, the leadership of the student chapter in the province is led by Comrade Remember Mbenyane and Comrade Maveta, leadership of COSAS, the leadership of SASCO, the leadership of Young Communist League in absentia, and all invited guests, good day. On behalf of Sadtu student chapter, we pass our comradely greetings far and wide. We wish to express our solidarity with Sadtu Limpopo and trust that this Provincial General Council will be a resounding success. We also want to express our revolutionary gratitude to we Mother Body in allowing us to grow and learn within the teaching and leading space. Comrades, we are from the general elections, wherein all ground forces of the Union were campaigning for African National Congress. And I think that we have always known that even with its countless flaws, the mighty ANC is a giant that has led or that has had to now strategize and speak to the anomalies that it itself has created gradually with time. We have now all been confronted with a new reality of what people call a government of national unity. And comrades, just as it is the case with a young child who is forced to live by the laws of the parents, ours is to also remain principled members of the biggest union in the country and second in Africa, we are told, albeit having dissenting views as to these latest political developments unfolding in our beloved land. As to the haphazard and unfortunate sentiment that was spoken 3 weeks ago on live television, citing the so-called suspension of ideology and working for the interests of the country, we ask ourselves, how can a known rightist movement and a nationalist movement work in the favor of workers? And to whose interests will these people seek to advance? And most importantly, at which cost? It becomes fruitless to speak to the existence of other organizations for the simple reason that they are lazy copycats of the right-winged movements, or as they would neatly put it, central rightists. Comrades, we have an inherent obligation that necessitates us to engage with our conscience when certain decisions taken by our leaders could in fact harm our very existence as organized bodies of workers. It would be a grave tragedy if we would apply the rule that many principals in schools, and I know this because it is happening, that we comply now and we complain later. We trust and hope that this process undertaken to develop government of national unity will not compromise the workers. And chief among the concerns is that it will not compromise that which is left of African National Congress. It is Youth Month, and just like the watershed moment of 29 May general elections, this Youth Month is no exception to its own trials and tribulations. The youth of 1994 celebrates what would have been 30 years of freedom in all respects. The gains registered by Uhulumeni waka African National Congress are to be commended at all material times. The youth play a pivotal role in advancing change for progress. And as a student chapter of Sadtu, we are tasked with a huge responsibility of ensuring that our young student teachers don't fall victims of being disengaged and disenfranchised from political processes and their systems. The 24 universities that we exist in are essential to us bringing into focus the aims and objectives of the union, and in part to eradicate all forms of discrimination in education. Our student chapter, comrades, is guided by the 5 pillars of the union, and one that speaks directly to our students is that of creating a learning nation. That is why we protect the livelihoods of our student teachers when embarking on their teaching practices. That is where their grooming begins. And if they get that infantry stage wrong, we are left with a cohort of young educators who make questionable decisions inside the schoolyard, putting into disrepute the profession and our efforts at the university level to complete waste. We exist also to enhance the class consciousness among our student teachers. And that sentiment hits closer to our hearts now more than ever before, as the political paradigm has taken a drastic shift that we never thought would find expression, not in our lifetime at least. Student chapter, comrades, is in its 6th year of making strides and creating a fundamental environment for the growth of the mother body union. Where there are obstacles in participating in institutionalized processes, student chapter enters the space. We do this to avoid an instance whereby a problem becomes secular. Now the green, you may not see it, but Comrade Nobala is wearing one of our paraphernalia. The green color around the primary logo of the union is symbolic of the 2nd layer of leadership. But not only that, chief among this particular color is that it is symbolic of the expansion of the union of membership. Given the above sentiment, comrades will appreciate that ours as a student chapter is not only restricted to the universities, understanding that there is life outside of Bachelor of Education, notwithstanding a postgraduate certificate in education. We exist to ensure that the union does not suffer a massacre of brain drainage. We exist to ensure continuity that is of a high caliber. And that is why part of our programs, which are held in collaboration with the Progressive Youth Alliance as led by USASCO, are those which speak to a political education, a mass democratic movement education in particular. Comrades, also let us desist from singing this reckless statement of saying better the devil we know. Today we are faced with the government of compromise because of such views. In closing, as Sadtu student chapter, led by the national coordinator, Comrade Xolan Dube, who has been deployed to a Gauteng PGC, which is taking place today at Birchwood Hotel, and the national convener, Comrade Sianda Mtimkulu, who has been deployed to the PGC in the Eastern Cape, which is taking place tomorrow in East London at the ICC. we wish to strongly caution the leadership of the mother body from having the burning desire of courting Sadtu student chapter to use it as a tool to fight internal squabbles. We distance ourselves from malpractices of selfish and disillusioned leaders who believe they can use the student chapter as a vice to settle political scores. Again, from Sadtu student chapter, we say ever onwards to victory, hasta la victoria siempre. Long live Sadtu, long live. Long live student chapter, long live.
Mandla. Thank you. No, thanks comrades. We will have time to sing. I'm sorry. Thanks, Chairperson. Thanks very much. Because before we break for lunch, we will have the secretary to introduce other leaders who have joined us.
Matla, Arteleng Kosaseli student chapter, the leaders of tomorrow. Kosas is probably now knowing that Sadtu is producing the next layer of leadership that will take this organization to longevity. Comrade Madire, the timing is always bad. We wanted to introduce to you our provincial organizer, Shole Watla. And I'm doing so because I know Comrade Madire must take the last flight out of Polokwane. He will be attending a workshop nationally from tomorrow. So he won't be with us. Comrade Madire, Nkoba Vivishe. Yeah, that's Comrade Madire. And then Comrade Mfundo is not alone. I said she comes from the national structure. I don't see the other one. But we've got one feisty woman. She always fights and not turn back. She fights so many battles. And she's based at the University of Limpopo. She has grown the student chapter there very much. The other time we had a program there, we were even disturbed by the Red Berets Brigade. And she was able to stand up to them. And we are visible at the university. They even contested the elections of the faculty. And when the Red Berets Brigade saw them, they realized that here is a potential threat. And now they wanted to disrupt the activities. But they are recognized. Both in the University of Limpopo, our structure is recognized. At the University of Venda, our structure is also recognized. So I'm introducing to you none other than Remember Mbengane. Can you greet them, comrade? I don't see Comrade Maveta. Conscious. Oh, yeah. Oh, that cap, Baba. We don't see you. He's based at the Univen, and we work so well with him. We've been there. We did an activation program. There are other further programs that are due. And at the University of Venda, while we were targeting around 500 students, it was full house. It went to above 800. And it was very well organized. So, Comrade Maveta, conscious, yeah, can you greet the comrades? Yeah, so the last thing, comrades, is that eating is at the Kamomrao. Even that side, no? Yeah, Ikamomrao immediately. But there's another room also there where you can just go there. The chairperson, I can't speak for the time that we are going to give them. And then our guests, including the COSAS student chapter, they will remain seated here. We'll show them where they can also go and eat. Yeah. And the PC members, please come forward after when the people are going, and then you'll be shown where you can eat. Yeah. Thanks.
Amanda. Yeah, comrades, we are going for lunch, and then we'll come back here at 15 hours. The meeting is adjourned.
Yeah, Aisha. They've organized, they are going to give us drinks. No, we didn't. Let's organize. I was even thinking that this one is not lunch. Comrades, the NWC deployee I'm going to introduce you is not a stranger to you. Yes, throughout his journey in the Union, almost traverse every part of the province. He has been to Vembe, he has been to Skuku, he has been almost everywhere, interacting with members of the Union. And he did not just come out of the blue. He rose from all the structures of the Union to be where he is. He's a member of Sianguma branch in the Northern Cape. He's a teacher by profession and the head of Department for Social Sciences. And he was at one stage an education convener of Northern Cape Province, and he then became a provincial secretary of Sadtu in the Northern Cape, and the Union recognized his abilities and talents, so that in the National General Council in 2009, he was then elected as the Deputy General Secretary of Sadtu. And that position was confirmed in the 7th National Congress in 2010, in the 8th National Congress in 2014, and the 9th National Congress in September 2029. He was confirmed as the DGS of this organization. Very industrious. 2019, I'm sorry, I didn't even realize that I'm crossing my wires. Yeah, he was elected into that position of the DGS of Sadtu, very energetic, a good orator, but above all, he understands the Union. Our NWC deployee is none other than Nkosana Dolopi. A slogan. I can...
Amandla. Amandla. Viva Sadtu, viva. Viva ANC, Kosatu Communist Party, Sanko, viva. Forward to the unity of Sadtu, forward. When Comrade Ronino Pala was still around, there was this song he always sang. That's the song I like. If somebody could just sing that song for us, maybe it could assist me. Hakele musebetsi inagana awena hilo ya gaya ma henasa hatue hilo ya gaya ma henasa Satue, hilo ya gaya tuma hena. Hakele musebetsi hinagana kawen hilo ya gaya tuma. Is this your phone? Oh. No, you must ask permission. Satue, hilo ya kaya tuma henasa. Satue. Amandla. Thank you. Comrade Provincial Chair, the Provincial Secretary, our former Provincial Chair, now member of the Provincial Legislature, Comrade Esther, members of the Provincial Executive Committee of our union, leaders of the Alliance, members of the regional executive committees of all our regions, BEC members, our leaders from COSAS, our leaders from the student chapter, the MEC of Education, all our sponsors, delegates, comrades, and friends. Receive my warm and revolutionary greetings. I greet you, comrades, on behalf of the National Executive Committee of the Union. And I greet you on behalf of 273,000 members of this union. For those who don't know, from the student chapter, when this union was established in 1990, when you go through records of history, you'll get to know that it was only 15,000 teachers who met and established this union in 1990. Today, the current generation crowd to have grown this union to 273,000 members. This is major. This is the largest union of teachers and education workers in this country. We are organizing almost 70% of all teachers who are employed in South Africa.
and the 30% is shared by the 4 other unions in our country. Therefore, we also agree with our provincial chair when he says that no one can speak in education, no decision can be taken in education without the mighty South African Democratic Teachers Union. Comrades, we are meeting here at this provincial general councils, just as others elsewhere in the country are also meeting. We have convened provincial general council in terms of the constitution of the union. So this is a very busy year. We are just from teacher fora. We went into elections. We are now busy with provincial general councils. Next year, comrades, will be going to Argentina, some of us, as a delegation of Sadtu to represent you, comrades, at the International Congress of Education International, where your union comrades will once more have an opportunity to nominate for election your current General Secretary, Comrade Mugwen, as President of Education International. It's a union, comrades, of more than 300 million workers in the world. It organizes more than 300 unions in the world. That, comrades, present the kind of union that you are members of. It is not a Mickey Mouse organization. It's a big organization, recognized in this country, in SADC in Africa, and recognized elsewhere in the world. This will be a second opportunity, comrades, for this union to be afforded this opportunity to serve as President of Education International. For some of you, again, if you go to the records of history, you'll know that our former General Secretary, Comrade Tulas, also served as President of Education International. Now we'll be having our current General Secretary will be serving as President of Education International. It therefore shows that this is a major, major player at all platforms, even international. That's why, comrades, you must never behave like members of a Mickey Mouse organization when you are members of such a giant, an organization like Sadtu. Here we have met in this meeting. As we are meeting here, comrades, all of us should answer a question that could be posed when we try to get some guidance and quote somebody who will assist us to pose this question. So I'm quoting a person, a well-known person, in the name of Plato, a classical period philosopher from Athens in Greece. At the entrance of his academy, he wrote the following words, and I quote him: "Let no one enter here who does not know mathematics," close quote. As a contrast, comrades, to Plato, we have all entered this venue of the PGC, and we are presenting the same question as was posed by Plato, to say, let no one enter this venue who does not know what the task of this PGC is, close quote. The PGC, comrades, like all our gatherings, serves as temperature checkpoints. It is an arena for self-reflection. It also serves as an organizational, educational, and importantly, comrades, it is an ideological X-ray room in order to determine the extent of the union's membership, its growth, its leadership, fulcrum, and how we have reached our equilibrium. Our Provincial General Council, comrades, takes place 2 months after we hosted a very important national gender conference, which took place in Tshwane, Gauteng, All regions were represented by 3 people: your regional secretaries, your regional gender conveners, and regional chairpersons. I hope by now all of them would have reported to you on what we discussed, comrades, at that National Gender Conference. If they did not report to you, let me try to report to you. I will report to you, comrades, by using again a quote from a famous man in the name of Samora Machel, when he said the following. I quote him: "Women's emancipation is not an act of charity, but a precondition for the liberation of society." Close quote. That is what we said at that National Gender Conference. We said, comrades like Samora Machel, that the emancipation of women is not an act of charity, but a precondition for the total liberation of society. It follows, comrades, it follows, comrades, that to respect, to protect, to love and support our women is not a sign of charity, but it is a precondition for the total liberation of society. At that gender conference, comrades, we said, creating an environment free of harassment and victimization of our female colleagues at schools, at our offices, and in the union is not a sign of charity, but it is a precondition for the total liberation of society. Encouraging, comrades, the girl child to do mathematics and not mathematical literacy, sciences in grade 12, such that the girl child must also become an innovator, a creator, an operator. When we encourage the girl child to do those subjects, we are not encouraging them, comrades, as a sign of charity. But we are doing that because we know that it is a precondition for the total liberation of society. We are presenting these, comrades, to you for consideration. And we are saying when we go to our commissions, we must take forward this discussion on how we make sure that we create a conducive environment in the union, at our schools, at offices, such that women must also be able to be emancipated and also enjoy from the fruits of our freedom. When we appoint, comrades, people to be principals at our schools, when we appoint them to be HODs, currently when they are appointing MECs, when they are appointing premiers, ministers the president will appoint, he must consider this fact, comrades, that when he appoints women, he is not presenting that as charity. It's not a favor that the president is doing, but the president is doing that because he knows that that is a precondition for the liberation of the women. But we say that this must not be misunderstood, comrades, because at times we tend to create a battle between men and women, and the gender struggle gets distorted as a battle between men and women. And that, comrades, is what the gender conference also cautioned us again. The gender conference used Alexander Kollontai again to quote him when she wrote a paper called The Social Basis of Women Question. And she said the following, I quote her: "The working woman is first and foremost a member of the working class," close quote. And therefore, comrades, we must know that both working class women and men are on the same side. We are from the same camp of the poor. We are all bonded, comrades. We are all mortgaged. We are all struggling to pay for the school fees of our children. We are all affected by the cost of health care. The poor administration of the medical scheme, GEMS, affect all the working class women, both men and women. And therefore, comrades, there should be no confusion of us wasting time to fight amongst ourselves. We belong to the same class. We are from the same camp. We are all oppressed by the same oppressors. We are all exploited by the same exploiters. We are all affected by the effects of capitalism. We are all unemployed. We are all poor. We are all suffering from inequality, from the oppressing class, which is the capitalist class. So that is, in summary, comrades, what the gender conference was about. Let me move forward then, comrades, having presented that report of the gender conference. We are just comrades from the national general elections that took place on the 29th of May. So, we want to just spend a few minutes, comrades, to speak to you. In fact, we are taking from what the provincial chair said. Just to understand the moment. And you will never be able to understand the moment, comrades, for up until you get into some ideological X-ray. This PGC now, we want to convert just for a few minutes into a surgery where we are doing ideological surgery. It is common cause now and knowledge, comrades, that the ANC did not achieve 50+1. That was needed for the ANC to be able to set up a government. It is painful for some of us personally to know that the ANC only achieved 14%. For that matter, comrades, we want to thank Limpopo for being consistent since 1994. By providing us the numbers. If it was not for you, comrades, if it was not for Limpopo, we would have been embarrassed. They would have obliterated the movement of Oliver Tambo. You saved the movement. You saved the revolution. You saved the country. And that's what we should be talking about, on how are you going to strengthen and consolidate this achievement. It needs to be serviced, comrades. What we have achieved should be serviced as we are moving forward. So the PGC, though, will have to ponder on these results. And we need to ask ourselves these questions in our commissions, comrades. The question will be, are these results such a setback to a point of them causing strategic confusion? Are the results of 29 May causing or creating strategic confusion amongst the progressive forces? And or are these elections results causing or leading to ideological volatility? Are these results meant to vandalize the African National Congress in our revolution towards decimation? Or are these results a last nail on the coffin of our vehicle, the African National Congress? And all, comrades, are these results a platform and an opportunity for the renewal of the African National Congress? Are these results are going to assist us to clear our way towards achieving all the stated objectives of the National Democratic Revolution? This is the question that we should ponder on when we go to the commissions. Let's understand these results for what they are. It might be a task, comrades, that our generation should really take very, very serious, comrades. We should show stellar and impeccable leadership in trying to respond to this moment. But as we are trying to respond to this moment, comrades, let's take some advice from what Gramsci once said when he was arguing. I quote him. The crisis consists precisely in the fact that the old is dying and the new cannot be born. In this intercom, a great variety of morbid symptoms appear, close quote. The Provincial General Council should take a few steps back as we prepare to advance. The PGG should, at this plenary or in the commission, take this basis of argument of Gramsci to respond to say, but as the old is dying, why is the new refusing to be born? Why is the new refusing to be born? And or why can't the new be born? Our generation should accept that, comrades, the results of 29th of May are not an accident of history. We were foretold, comrades, by many of our leaders before that the 29th of May might happen. That is why, comrades, I say, we can't be shocked, totally so. We can't be surprised about the results of the 29th of May because we were foretold, comrades. People told us that if you don't mend your ways, the 29th of May will come. We were told, comrades, by many of our leaders before. And because we did not act to what they were advising us against, the 29th of May came, and it happened that way, comrades. Among other things that led to the 29th of May, comrades, again, is when we, the revolutionaries in South Africa, the progressive forces, did not respond to a question that was raised by a little black boy from South Carolina when he asked the following question, comrades, about blacks. He said, comrades, I quote him, how is it that white folks have everything and we have nothing as blacks? How and why did we become their slaves in the first place? White children go to fine brick, stone, and marble schools 9 months a year, while we go to ramshackle, old barn-like building only 5.5 months, then to the cotton fields. Why? This, comrades, is taken as a quote from a book called The Destruction of Black Civilization, page 18. It was written by Chancellor Williams. The point, comrades, is that we knew that when black people, we don't attend to the plight of the black person. When black people remain poor, when black people remain unemployed, when there's inequality, when there's no water, when there's no electricity for our people, when our schools are still the same as they were pre-1994, we knew the 29th of May will one day come. It can't be that we expect the hungry to remain to be patient with us. It can't be that we expect the unemployed, those suffering from inequality, those who don't have economic opportunities, will continue to sympathize with us beyond the 29th of May. We were foretold, comrades, that the 29th of May will come, and we did not act to all those existing there. We just, comrades, want to continue on this very same ideological X-ray that we are conducting ourselves. Remember, my point is that the 29th of May was not an accident of history because we were told it will happen. It is almost, I used this example when I was engaging with somebody else, to say you always tell somebody you always drink and drive, that stop drinking and drive because one day you'll cause an accident. But the response of such a comrade usually would be, I'm an experienced driver. I've never gotten involved in an accident. For up until he gets involved in a fatal accident, it's only then that he realizes that drinking and driving is incorrect. We were foretold that the 29th of May will happen. When Krizani, comrades, addressed us at some stage, comrades, as part of this X-ray, he said the following, comrades. I quote him. What I fear is that the liberators emerge as elitists who drive around in Mercedes-Benzes and use the resources of this country to live in palaces and to gather riches while ignoring the poor, close quote. We were foretold that the 29th of March will come. In essence, comrades, this wasn't a statement of jealousy. It's not that Chris Hani was jealous when he spoke about this at that time. Nor was it a statement of holding back on personal development of black people. But he was afraid, comrades, that the political aristocracy of our movement will become aloof, will become corrupt, will become greedy with uncontrollable ambitions. They will become destructive, they will have destructive egos in the body politics of the African National Congress and the alliance. That was what Chris Hani was afraid of. Hence, I agree, comrades, that we were foretold that the 29th of May will come. We knew, comrades, if we drive around in our big Mercedes-Benzes, which is not an element of being against, but if you drive along those on the dusty streets of Shishikho, where people are languishing in poverty, those who are languishing in that poverty one day will turn against you, because it's almost like you are sarcastic. You are laughing off their plight. Chris Hani, comrades, knew that these sins, these crimes are destructive. He knew, comrades, that they are corrosive and dangerous for our movement and revolution. He knew that these sins will destroy the movement and our revolution. He knew that these sins will ultimately lead to the African National Congress losing power at some stage. Our generation should accept, comrades, this isn't an accident of history. We were foretold by many of those who came before us that the 29th of May will happen. Just, comrades, as Chris Hani predicted that the 29th of May will happen, we know that since after he spoke this, that humanity was fading in the movement of the people. Humanity faded in our society. Ubuntu is no more a key principle or value that we cherish in the African National Congress, nor in our societies. The love of money has taken its root, comrades. This is what has destroyed many good leaders in the movement. Money has killed our people. Power has killed our people. Influence has killed our people. These are the sins that Chris Hani spoke about at some stage. Comrades, trying still to, as I'm about to conclude on this X-ray that I'm creating here, that I'm just conducting here, this ideological X-ray, I want to also use just the last two quotes from other leaders of the ANC, who also told us that if we are not careful, the 29th of May will happen. And listen to what President Tambo said in 1969 when he closed the conference of Morogoro, comrades. He said the following: wage a relentless war against disruptors and defend the African National Congress and her alliance against provocateurs and the enemy agents. Defend the revolution against enemy propaganda, whatever form it takes. Be vigilant, comrades. The enemy is vigilant. Beware of the wedge driver, the man who creeps from ear to ear, carrying a bag full of wedges, driving them in between you and the next man, between a group and another. A man who goes around creating splits and divisions. Beware of the wedge driver, comrades. Watch his poisonous tongue. Will the commissions be wrong, comrades? Will our PGC be wrong, comrades, to ask and answer this question by even identifying Zuma as a wedge driver? Will the plenary of the PGC be wrong to see him as a man who creeps from one ear to the other, carrying a bag full of wedges, driving them in between you and the next man? Isn't Zuma the man who goes around creating splits and divisions? He killed, he removed many members of the ANC in 2008, and they left the African National Congress to join COPE. In 2012, COSATU got so divided and extremely weak because some of us were defending Zuma. When those we dismissed, we must admit at least now, those we dismissed in 2012 were saying that there are tendencies of a dictator that are creeping in here. He divided COSATU to what it is today in 2012. He led to the expulsion of many members of the ANC Youth League in 2013, and they left to form the EFF. Now, in 2024, he has taken 14% from this movement of the people. Is his tongue not poisonous and lead to tribal or civil war at the great expense of the poor and the working class? Comrades, are we simplistic to say he has vandalized the movement of Oliver Tambo? This one man has vandalized the movement of Oliver Tambo. Don't we see him as somebody who's working against what Pixley Kaseme wrote about in 1906, when he called upon all ethnic groups to unite across tribal lines, which ultimately led to the formation of the African National Congress? Is this comrade not spitting on that important article of Pixley Kaseme in 1906? Is he not fermenting tribalism and ethnicity in our country? The PGC must ask these questions, comrades, and the Commission must ask these questions. We are still busy, comrades, trying to understand this moment that we were told about. But let's lose the last quote now before we go to other important issues. Oliver Tambo told us that if we don't act on the following, we might reach the 29th of May. Comrades, he said, you might think it's very difficult to wage a liberation struggle. Wait until you are in power. I might be dead then. At that stage, you will realize that it is actually more difficult to keep the power than to wage a liberation war. People will be expecting a lot of services from you. You will have to satisfy the various demands of the masses of the people. In the process, be prepared to learn from other people's revolutions. Learn from the enemy also. The enemy is not necessarily doing everything wrongly. You may take his right tactics and use them to your advantage. At the same time, comrades, avoid repeating the enemy's mistakes. Close quote. Regrettably, the current generation of leaders, ourselves, we ignored all those cautions by our leaders. And today, comrades, we want to be surprised. We want to be shocked by the 29th of May. Only if we would have heeded to some of these cautions, we would have been ready for the 29th of May. We did not respond to some of these things here. Hence, I conclude my political or ideological X-ray by saying, comrades, the 29th of May was not an accident of history, Comrade Chibane. It was something that we knew would happen. Comrades, Joel Netjichenza is somebody, a son of this soil, also cautioned us in 2016. He addressed the Provincial Conference of the ANC. He says, I quote him, the beneficiaries of state capture are not going to give up without a fight, close quote. Is it not that the 14% are the beneficiaries of state capture and corruption who will not give up without a fight? They might even destroy a movement. They might destroy a revolution. They might destroy a country because in their minds, it's about saving themselves from going to jail. That's why, comrades, I still maintain that many of the comrades I quoted here told us that if we don't attend to this, the 29th of May will happen. Is MK not that project of the beneficiaries of state capture and corruption who will never give up, comrades, without a fight? We might be comfortable here. We don't know what they are planning now. They tried on July 2021. It was minimal. But many people died. Many people lost their lives. Many people lost jobs. Many factories closed. The beneficiaries of state capture and corruption will never give up without a trial. That's why the 29th of May can never be an accident of history, because we were foretold by Joel Nachichenja. Comrades, it cannot be that when we took up the mighty powers of the world, the mighty leaders of imperialism, when you took up the United States, when you took up the West, through your approach and response, Comrade Chiban, to Ukraine and Israel, it can't be that you did not know that they will influence what you will get on the 29th of May. The position we took on Ukraine, the position we took on Palestine, irritated the most powerful in the world. And they started asking them this question: who are they to take us up when so many failed before them? It can be that when we arrived on the 29th of May, we did not expect the hand of the United States and all other imperialist forces to have interest to fight for change in our country. The 29th of May can never be seen as an accident of history, but we were foretold, we knew that it could happen. Comrades, this thing has happened elsewhere also in the world, through many liberation movements elsewhere in Africa. We can cite just a few of them to say that the ANC in South Africa is not the first liberation movement to have suffered some influence from the imperialist forces. It has happened elsewhere, comrades. And we were told in any way that if you last for more than 25 years in power, regard yourself as lucky. Because history in Africa says all liberation movements would be in power only for up to 25 years. And after 25 years, imperialist forces, America and the West, then come in to disrupt whatever is happening in those countries. Let me tell you where else they have done what they have done now on the 29th of May to the African National Congress. To the PAIGC in Guinea-Bissau. They've done these, comrades, to ZANU-PF in Zimbabwe, a liberation movement. They have destroyed UNIP in Zambia, comrades. The imperialist forces destroyed KANU, a liberation movement in Kenya. They've weakened CCM in Tanzania. They've destroyed Frelimo in Mozambique. They've destroyed, comrades, the FLN in Algeria. They are weakening SWAPO, comrades, in Namibia. Namibia is going for elections in November, comrades. I foresee a similar fate. Unless if the people of Namibia would quickly respond to all the issues we spoke about earlier before they reach the fate of the 29th of May. Comrades, these things don't just but happen. When you go home and you sleep, your life is not controlled by Ramaphosa alone. There are many strong forces elsewhere in the world that determine how your tomorrow will be. And the post-29 May was not a function of South Africa alone, of the voters of South Africa alone. It was a function of what the ANC at times, in fact, when we speak about objective factors. Those are issues that we have no control over. So, comrades, what these comrades have done, they will destroy these movements, comrades. And how they do it at times, they plant agents in these organizations to destroy them. Will we be wrong at this PGC to say Zuma is that phenomenon who was planted to destroy a movement of the people, to destroy a revolution of the people? We say these things with great risk, but we must say them in any way. Because if we don't say them, who will say them? Because we're trying to save a revolution. We're trying to save a liberation movement. We are trying to save a country. They have done these comrades. What they do at times, they have killed prominent leaders like Thomas Sankara When they don't succeed to weaken a liberation movement, they target a leader of that liberation movement because their goal is to destroy liberation movements. They have done this with the PAGC by killing Thomas Sankara, very young, still in his 30s, in Burkina Faso. They have killed Patrice Lumumba, comrades, in Congo. They have killed Amilcar Cabral of the PAGC. They have killed Chris Hani in South Africa in 1993. They have killed Herbert Chitepo in Zimbabwe, comrades. They have done this deliberately to weaken liberation movements. When they killed Chris Hani in 1993, comrades, it was not just but a question of this man hated Chris Hani. It was about creating civil war in this country, such that the moment of breakthrough in 1994 should not happen. So all of these things, comrades, should not be seen as accidents of history. Let me use lastly now, I know Comrade Chebane likes this code. I want to use it. I know he's going to be very, very excited when I use this code. The question now is, comrades, what is to be done? We have lamented, isn't it, about how we came to this thing here. Now, what needs to be done, comrades? I respond to the question of what needs to be done by using a code from a teacher, a Chinese teacher, a female teacher, for that matter, in the name of Comrade Zangilili. Zangilili was a teacher, comrades, a female teacher in China. On one occasion, as she was walking to school, two of her students, comrades, were crossing the road. A runaway car was on its way approaching these two students of Zangilili. What she did when she realized that these boys are going to die, she ran towards them in the road as a female teacher. And she succeeded, comrades, to push them away off the road. And in the process of what she did, the car hit her and she was paralyzed. She went to hospital, comrades. They said she was in ICU for a few days. When she recovered, surrounded by her family and the doctors, the first question Zangilili asked this female teacher was that, where are my students? Are they still alive? And she says, I am happy, comrades, because I have saved their lives. And for that, I will live in peace and in happiness for the rest of my life. And that's how we close this quote. For all this she did, she then was accepted as a member of the Communist Party of China in July 2012 for saving the lives of their children. Is it not, comrades, that we must save the life of the African National Congress? We must save the life of the liberation movement. We must save our country at great risk of being paralyzed, comrades, of losing our lives, just like Zangilili did to save the lives of our children. Is it not that we will be happy if we save this liberation movement, this revolution, and this country, and we live in peace as we are moving forward, comrades? Let's sacrifice ourselves, members of Sadtu, to save the liberation movement by building strong organizations, by servicing the members of Sadtu, comrades, with dedication, by respecting all Sadtu members, by making sure, comrades, the Sadtu members always come first and the leaders are always at the end of the queue. Even today, when you go and eat, let the Sadtu members eat first, and then the leaders will be the last to eat. Let us make sure, comrades, when posts are advertised at our schools, as part of saving this movement, this teachers' union, let the Sadtu members be the ones who apply and get promotional posts, and the leaders will be the last one to apply and get promotional posts. let us, comrades, be bestowed with all positive values. The comrades don't take that one, it's fine. It means we'll never be able to save the revolution. We want Zangi Lilies here. We want Zangi Lilies here who will save our movement and save Sadtu and sacrifice yourself, comrades. And if we can do that, we will be able to save our country. We will be able to save the mighty Teachers Union. And we must save COSATU as well. We must save the organization of Elijah Bakhai as well. It's not in a good shape. Its state of health is not good. It is not in a position to prosecute any revolution. And therefore, it needs some injection, comrades, as we are moving forward. In conclusion, I know the Secretariat report will talk about these things, and you must stop me if I raise things that you would be raising. The chair at least spoke about safety at our schools. I won't belabor this point. Safe to say that we find it difficult that the laws of South Africa seem to be protecting the learners' causes. It's a discussion that we must have. The laws of this country seem to be protecting the learners, which is not wrong. But the laws are not clear on those learners who are so rude, who are so disrespectful, and who are even becoming physical, engaging physically with their parents, the teachers. So we must engage in the commission as well that says, as a professional counsel of this thing, is quick to act on teachers who would have meted out corporal punishment. And we agree with what the chair said, that no one should mete out corporal punishment. But what is saying about the teachers who are being embarrassed, who are being humiliated, who are being beaten, who are marked and stepped by these boys every day? I think we must have that conversation, comrades, so that we protect our learners as we should, but let's protect the teachers as well. You remember, these are professionals who come to school courses with all their problems. Some of them are not well. They are enjoying little salaries. Their conditions of work are not well. They are teaching you in overcrowded classes, and so on and so forth. So they come with a library of all social ills into the school. And therefore it can't be that the learners are allowed, not all of them, of course, a few of these learners to behave in a thuggerish way as these ones are doing. It can't be, comrades. There's no nation that you can build with teachers who are so fearful, who don't have the zeal to want to wake up every day and go to school, because they fear for their lives. Schools can't be like mines, comrades. Not that I'm saying a mine is correct. When somebody gets into the belly of the earth, there's always a risk that you might not come back. Our schools can't be like that, comrades. There must be harmony at our schools. There must be peace in our schools for the development of our children and for the development of our country. Hence, the discussion of the safety of our children becomes very, very important. The TVET branches, I think they will speak about that. The equal treatment of bursary holders with those of Funja Lushaka, I think the provincial secretary will talk about that, the collective agreement that we recently signed. I think he will also explain the two-port system as well, comrades, in detail. I won't spend time around that. He will explain also the national health insurance. Safe to say that we fully support the national health insurance, comrades. For this reason, it is criminal. It is a sin. It is unethical. It is immoral for 16% of people, of a population, to have access to quality health care, when 84% does not have that quality health care. It's immoral. It's immoral, comrades. It's something that we can't accept. That I enjoy the best of health care because I have a medical aid. But my brother, who is not working, not because he wants to, not because he likes, but because of the structure of an economy that is not creating a job for him, he can access quality health because he can't work, comrades. I think that is just inhuman. Anyone who speaks against the NHI, it's inhuman. Haunabuntu. Haunabutu. Because you don't think about the one who can do this. Imagine, comrades, the chair from Vembe drives with the secretary. Just we want to make an argument. The secretary is not working. He is a principal. He has a medical aid. They get involved in an accident. When they come, an helicopter will come and fetch him and leave the core, whatever, because this person does not have a medical aid. What kind of humanity is that? Who can normally accept that? It can't be correct, comrades. In fact, but as I'm concluding on the NHI, it will benefit us also as the workers at some stage. Because indeed, for funding of this thing, NHI will become like a national medical scheme for everybody now. Both those who are working and those who are not working. And how it will be funded is that it will be funded through a tax. All of us will be taxed. All people are taxed in anywhere in the country. Even the ones who are not working are being taxed. When they buy, they are paying tax. So NHI will be funded like a medical scheme is funded now. But we will be taxed more as people who are working. But there will be a return, comrades, in the form that the medical scheme that we are paying now will no more be there. So you will pay more tax, but you'll pay lesser because the amount of money that you'll be taxed will be far lesser than the money that you are paying in the current dispensation of medical schemes. The medical schemes, comrades, you are paying so much money. Even after you go there, you must still pay extra money. I'm paying 5,000 rand every month, but when I go there, I must still pay 300 rand and all these amounts of money. So it's a rip-off. It's an immoral system that must come to an end, and we must bring it to an end. The secretary will also speak about the student chapter. We are very, very happy we have the student chapter. You must grow the student chapter. You are the future of the organization. When Lenin addressed the young Communist League of Russia in 1921, he was asked in his input to clarify the role of the young people in the revolution of Russia. And he clarified it in one sentence, in one word, in fact. He said, your role is to learn. So the student chapter, as young workers, COSAS, your role is to learn, not to compete for positions, not to go for stealing money and all those things. Your role is to learn. And at the right time, you'll contest and become leaders of the organization. Comrades, let me wish you well at your Provincial General Council. And I hope it will be a good ideological X-ray as we're moving forward. Thank you. Amanda.
Amandla, Amandla. Mandla. Mandla. Away two. Thanks, comrades. Yeah, you see, the mood. The mood is what we are happy, we are appreciating. Yeah, comrades, we get into the closed session, and I hope our sponsors are not with us here. And yeah, it's like all of us who are here are supposed to be here. So we'll then go to item marked 15 and 16. But just to clarify, comrades, we will not present minutes, because the minutes of the PGC, the last PGC, were presented in the provincial conference, ratified by the highest structure, which is the provincial conference. So what is going to happen, the provincial deputy secretary will take us through PEC decisions for ratification. Deputy Secretary.
Thanks, Chairperson. Can we get an indication from the media crew if indeed the closed session is closed? Willie, can we get an indication if the closed session is closed? Okay, no, thanks. No, I'm raising that because I know